Welcome to today's session of Viewer Levels. We are going to begin with this first submission from Be the Sky. It's called Gauntlet the Infinity Challenge. It is a very new upload and as yet uncleared. Be the Sky, I think I remembered one of your survival levels from way back. I mean, years ago. I think so, anyway. Anyway, enter the Gauntlet. Survive room after room. How long can you endure? Let's find out. Let's stick with it and see how we're doing, since this is going to be first up anyhow. I don't know how clearable it will be in a reasonable amount of time, but if we don't clear it and if I'm having fun with it, we can always learn what we can and come back to it later. So, we'll see if we can, probably not take out all of the ice there, just going to maybe jump that and take out a bit of the column in the middle. Okay, going to have this at a more controlled position here. This looks like it is going to be a power-up check. We'll let the power-up check do its squishing. And then, looks like we'll just survive this. One-way panels are going to do their job, except we're going to just die to that very incautiously. Yeah, let's not just spam our way through that. I'm sure that's a mistake we'll be making several times as we attempt the early part of the gauntlet. Now, timing-wise, there we go. Spin jumping everywhere is probably the safest thing to do in that room. It looks like we have a block to unlock here with the Goomba, except we need to probably jump just a little further and just dump it in the slot if we can. There we go. And let's not stand too close to the bomb, because that would be a bit of a problem. This being a gauntlet, I do not expect any checkpoints, and we're not getting any, at least not so far. Now, do we need to get ahead of the thwomp, or is it okay to stay behind? No, I guess we stay behind, and then we are supposed to spin jump over it. Okay, because now I didn't read that quickly enough, and we're stuck. We need to chase it pretty closely behind the parachute, and Mario, welcome. Okay, everything seems pretty manageable up to that point. Obviously, a lot of latitude for silly little mistakes here and there, but not too much cause for worry. And quite a lot of variety here from one challenge to the next. There we go. And Be the Sky, I'm glad you think that this is the kind of content that would be a good fit for radio. I've had a couple of people mention something similar to me, and the compliment is always appreciated. Yeah, I'm trying to search the back of my memory for which survival level of yours it was I played ages ago, I think. Was it one with Magic Koopas and yellow blocks everywhere? I feel like there's this list of levels I have that I always intended to go back to at some point, which I never cleared. And it might have been one of yours that was a very early entry. Whoop. Let's maybe open up at least 3 spots. Might have been a cube level. Yeah. You've definitely sent me something before, but my stream times have changed quite a bit over the last year or two, and so probably has been quite some time. Anyway, let's do this. Whoops, there we go. Oh, nope. Let's try it again. We'll get this eventually, I'm sure. We'll see how constrained we are on time. Luckily, the Goombas do stay down when they're subject to a throw. They're not just going to get up and waddle all over me. Let's bust that open. As always, let me know if the stream is doing fine in terms of video and audio and everything else. Sometimes we have a few early glitches here and there, but whoa, we're still way behind. We need to improve that pretty significantly in terms of just keeping pace with a Thwomp while not getting too close to the point of touching it. But I am definitely falling far, far behind there on Divine Climb, and that seems to be the major roadblock so far that we haven't quite resolved yet. So let's just make our way back up and see how we can make this happen. Oh. Thank goodness for a one-way panel there. It didn't just smack the spike in the face. Anyway, we'll dunk that. And we'll go. Here we are again. I wonder if I should actually get ahead of it. Or maybe the right idea is actually to get ahead of the Thwomp. And I think if you drop in front of it and then get chased by it, then at least you're not fighting against momentum when you were trying to get on top of the Thwomp. So I think the next attempt that I get there, I will be trying to get ahead of the Thwomp at the entry point instead, which I think I can do. And I know I can keep pace with it by racing it over, but that way we spin jump back towards it instead of trying to catch up to it, which is clearly not happening right now. So just a little adjustment in strategy. I think the entry point on Divines does heavily suggest that as the solution, and we'll just need to keep that in mind when we get back there next. It's clear to me that we will need to make a pretty big adjustment in how we're doing things. Bang, welcome. Long time no see. Whoops. I just said hi to Meng about an hour ago over at Netcat stream. Context. And Meng, let me know if Netcat did well with Pow Pow 69. I understand that was what was happening there, but I didn't stay long enough to see whether that met with any success. Whoops. Luca, long time no see. Exactly, long time no throwing objects in misaligned markers. Good to hear Netcat got rid of that one quickly. I think I needed 2 sittings with it, if I recall. Because I remember I ran into some kind of trouble in the second half. Oh. Anyway, Meng, looking forward to what we'll have from you. Probably that new Shadow the Hedgehog level part 1. Once we get to you. But we'll take our time to clear this first while the view is still pretty manageable. Okay, so, change of strategy. We're going to get ahead of the Thwomp and then race it over. Nope. I dropped a little too far that time. If I had stayed a bit higher, I would have been able to make that just fine. So, just a couple of adjustments to Divine Climb. I don't think I can just do a straight climb. I think I do need to jump around here and there, but we'll see if that's actually going to be the case. And yet, I just came in a little bit low on the last drop when I hit the ceiling. I didn't cling onto the vines quickly enough. I think that's clearly going to be the right solution. It's just a matter of cleaning it up with a little bit more practice. So, and that's what a gauntlet is all about. Just finding consistent patterns for each of the relevant obstacles. So yeah, we'll just try to drop in once again as far as we can, and oh, nope. Yeah, once again, just clinging on to the vines too soon. Sometimes these Diagonal inputs are a bit of a problem for me. And Luca suggesting a Meng double feature. I guess that is what is in store. Okay. Let's get over here and try it again. Astro, welcome. Looking forward to Bowser's Rampage. When I see Astro Q some levels, we know to expect that we're going to die to Bowser quite a bit. But I'm sure today will be no different. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Asteroid. Whoops. Now, I play with D-pad. I feel like this Vine segment here might actually be something that's easier with stick. For people who are comfortable playing with stick. But I'm currently on a controller with no stick, so it will not be an option. And regardless, I don't really have the muscle memory to do that. Because I am almost exclusively a D-pad player. Alan Ryan, welcome. Might want to fix up that code. I don't know if it's the 5s and S's or if maker codes are just being a little choked or something. Might be the 5, might be the S. I don't know what's going on there. But hope you managed to put that in. Otherwise, feel free to put in some kind of placeholder that actually works and we'll just replace it as necessary. Gliding outside. Looking forward to it. I can't even see what you changed about. Oh, it's the B and the 8 I see in the code. I had to look at that several times. I guess you tried pretty much every configuration. I was looking at the S's and 5s, but then it didn't occur to me that B and 8 would be the issue. Clearly, however, it was. Okay. Nope, still a little bit too slow. Yeah, we drop in and cling as late as possible, I think. And we actually want a fair bit of headroom on those jumps. We don't want to be jumping off the vine too high because the more headroom we have, the further we will go horizontally in terms of being able to cover some distance from jump to jump. So for the first few jumps on the vine curtain, I actually do want to take it relatively low, I think. And that will be a big improvement because we are currently running into some issues with hitting this ceiling. So we'll get back there as soon as we can and see if we can fix that up. And yeah, that little change in strategy there was exactly what was needed. We just land a little bit lower on each of the early jumps and then get in position afterwards. Okay, as soon as we get on the Wiggler, the Thwomp is going to activate the on-off switch and activate the track, so... Magic Wiggler ride. Very nice. Okay. Oh, shell ride. Have to switch gears pretty quickly here. And react to what the level is telling you, and whoops, that was an unfortunate corner there and what would have been a pretty easy segment otherwise. Anyway, the Thwomp was the main thing to fix. I think I'm not really worried about anything else that we've seen. And we look to be doing okay. Yeah, a lot of variety to each of these segments. It's always nice when you have enough entity budget to fit all of this stuff in, especially with all of those saw blades in that Wiggler segment. All the grinders, as it were. But at this point, I'm pretty clear on what to do for most of what we've seen. I'm still a little concerned about executing the Thwomp segment, but other than that, we're probably in decent shape. Okay, target practice is going to go well. And the bomb is going to do its business over there. Alright, let's land nice and low. And look at that, we're covering tons of distance now. That was clearly an improvement. Feels much easier than it did before. Here we just need to get onto blasters quickly enough. And that's no problem. Nope, once again, just hit the wall. I actually do want to hit the wall, and I want to drop straight down. Instead of trying to go over that corner, I think instead of trying to descend diagonally through that slot, I want to hit the wall, hold right, fall onto the shells, and then jump off towards the blue platform. With that added horizontal momentum from the shell ride, so that's just a minor adjustment we'll be making. And I think it's going to work. Yeah, difficulty tuning is quite nice so far, quite consistent between segments, which is, I think, a difficult balance to strike sometimes, given how much mechanical variety there is. But in terms of difficulty, everything does feel like it belongs in the same level, so definitely something to make a note of as we back to the thwomp. But whoops, as we don't even make it so far as getting it back to the thwomp. Let's not make that mistake again. Tap, tap, tap. And up we go. Okay, back to the thwomp segment. Or back to the Goomba throw rather, and then let's not get ahead of ourselves. Yeah, it's okay to throw just slightly low, or what seems to be slightly low on that, because as you release the Goomba, it is going to go up slightly, about half a tile. Because that's just the way object throws are going to work sometimes. And yeah, very comfortable distance here. And then we'll tap the switch. Okay. Pretty comfortable with this segment as well. Okay, so we know this time, hug the right side wall. And that is the right idea. Okay, looks like it's a blue platform segment with some falling donut blocks that are going to chase me down. We're going to race that down. And thankfully, we are not doing the up pipe in midair. This is going to be a thwomp chase. The munchers on top prevent me from spinning on top of the thwomp. That's okay. We know that. And we're just going to miss the first jump. Okay. Well, pretty manageable up to that point. That was a very unfortunate choke, of course, but live and learn. Okay. Whoops. But yeah, I don't imagine that getting back to the extent of our progression so far is going to take awfully long. Things are going pretty smoothly. Whoa, look at that. The guy on the right sniping me. I didn't even consider that. For some reason, we just hadn't really had to deal with that previously, even when I was stalling in that position. unexpectedly trapped in a spike sandwich there. Okay, we'll do it that way. That seems to go well. And yeah, once again, we'll throw it kind of half a tile below the entry point. And let's do it again. We'll punch it. And let's continue. Forward we go. Whoa, that was a little early on that jump. Didn't really think the ceiling there would be a threat, but I kind of miscalculated my shell momentum as we moved towards it, so. And it looked like that was such a smooth landing on the shells to begin with. It's okay, it'll probably just be a fairly minor adjustment. And we'll pop this again. Oh, a little too low that time. And then it's curtains for the thwomp. Yeah. Nice lengthy jumps. This will not be a problem. Okay. Let's mind the landing on a platform this time. There we go. Bit of a tight fit under that ceiling, but we managed to get that in. Once again, this bit here is just a matter of getting on those donut blocks at the end of this very thrilling drop. Yeah, the camera kind of has to catch up to you there, but it's thankfully not a problem. And we'll see how much is left. This looks like it's going to be mushrooms galore. So, why would that be? Well, if you're going up and cycling around something, it's almost like a puzzle segment, perhaps. So you have an on-off switch here, but why would you want that? I feel like it's maybe an avoid the mushroom segment. Yeah, because there's a crossover to mushroom. It's avoid the mushrooms. So maybe we do have to go here and loop around, because otherwise there's no way to progress up top. So it is an anti-mushroom challenge. That is a lot of mushrooms to deal with, but at least there are no further pipe spawns, so we'll just work with what we have. And yeah, because that also controls the state switching. I think we want to go over the first mushroom, but then where's that second one going to go? I don't think we can... No, we just walk between them. Yeah. And then here's the mushroom check on the conveyor belt. Run! I actually misread that initially as fun, which it is. Matt DeMaker, welcome. Hope we get the Wiggler Stampede soon enough. Okay, we're going to get this continuous double thwomp curtain. What are we trying to do here? We expect that the thwomp is going to hit the on-off switch, right? Or not? Because then there's going to be some kind of escort. Ah, yes, okay, no, I see. We have to stay alive on the donut blocks using the cape. And then there's going to be an alternating on-off switch or at least a single on-off switch that we need to wait for until the bomb has navigated the red block maze all the way down to the bottom. It's going to ignite, it's going to tap the on-off switch, and then we go through. Yes, so we need to float. Once we see some donut blocks in play. Yeah, we need to rethink that. We definitely should use the middle platform at least once. I don't have a good entry timing mapped out for that yet, but everything up to that point seems pretty manageable. Mushroom segment at least doesn't outright kill you. It gives you 3 resets, and wasn't really that difficult once I understood what it was supposed to be about, so. Yeah, we just don't really understand the pattern for getting on top of the donut blocks just yet. As you can see earlier, there was a bit of an offset in the donut blocks anyway once you have that first switch activation, and we just need to find out what that's going to be. So that's going to dunk. Alright. And let's do this again. And up we go. Okay, same idea here. We need to mine both corners on the way over. And just hug the walls. Had a bit of a doom drop there, but it's actually not too bad considering the visibility. And this is fairly lenient as well. Okay, let's actually wait for the mushrooms to spawn, so at least we are working with known variables. Same with these, we want all 4 pipes out, and then we can actually see where we're going. Oh, no. No, we can't. Let's move back, let's take some damage. And try again. So yeah, unfortunately, not all of those pipes were in view yet, and so I actually maybe want to go quickly, so when we're starting from this position, we see as many mushrooms as we can come back, and we just try to outpace the spawns. Unfortunately, that didn't quite work, but that was roughly the right idea, I think. And luckily, the reset isn't going to be too long. Okay. I mean, you know where they're going to spawn, as far as the pipe positioning is concerned. I don't know how I managed to do that bottom left corner on the first try last time, but we'll try to recreate the magic. Yeah, I do want as much information as possible about all the positioning here, so we should actually wait for spawns. Yeah, if you just wait for the spawns, it's going to be a maximum of 6, and then if some of the mushrooms are kind of stacked on top of each other, there's really no problem. So yeah, the trick to that is to just let everything spawn and get out in the open so you're not hit by anything by surprise. Anyway, we want the leaf here for sure. Not the leaf, the cape feather for sure. Nope. Yeah, I either need to commit to doing lots of really short jumps or doing long cape floats. But I can't just do something halfway in between. That felt a little indecisive that time in terms of gaining enough height. Now, the bomb, I think, did actually manage to get in position that time, or was close to it. Yeah, it looks like it was designed for a long float. That's why you give me a cape to begin with, so... I was just trying to find a pattern that would work for that. But it did seem like the donuts on the right side at least cascade down pretty quickly, or at least in a pretty rapid sequence. So, we'll go back to that. We'll see if we can adjust our tactics a little. I'm still kind of learning that segment, as you can see. Ideally, I wouldn't just activate the blue platform on my first point of entry, but we might only have so much control over that when the first two donut rows are dropping down towards us before the switch activation has occurred. You've accidentally gotten through that with the cape and you would not recommend. Well, that's playtesting for you. Good thing that alternate approach has the Rater's stamp of approval, though. I'm sure technically if you were trying to speedrun it, that would be what you would have to do if the record were theoretically well optimized. You wouldn't want to just hang around for the cape all day. Okay, we actually want the other spawns to stack as closely as possible. As you can see, we actually did manage to get two of those mushrooms to stack together pretty well, and so that opens up as much remaining space as we can. Let's not get complacent about the tapping here, as we gently nudge our way over. Okay, let's not just run it. Let's see. Let's actually wait for the first row. Then, thank you for the follow. Oh, look at that. I dropped too early. I was just about to drop in those donut blocks and then make it. Because I thought, okay, dropping that donut block, we have one more jump as soon as the bomb ignites. That was a very late choke. Donut, exactly. That's maybe what I was thinking a little too eagerly there. Anyway, but that was actually a pretty comfortable pattern once I found it. I was losing height over the course of that survival challenge with the cape, but I think it's kind of designed to make that happen. Like I was saying, all of the obstacles are actually pretty gently tuned. It's just a matter sometimes of understanding what to do conceptually. The execution isn't too much of a problem past that. The boss 133, welcome. And let's enter through here. And the mobile person as well, who assures me that you're actually a person and not, I don't know, Roko's Basilisk. Thank you for face yes. Or is it fact eyes? I think it's face yes. We'll try to get to that as soon as we can. Nice run fast. Hope you've been running fast. Okay, once again, we do have a method worked out for this segment. We let the mushrooms spawn. We follow them over and try to get the next spawns to stack on top of them. Then we've got lots of open space once 6 mushrooms are on the field. Same idea here. This is one area where we really shouldn't fail, but if we do, it's probably a self-inflicted mistake. Yeah, mice run fast is like the old saying about two people running away from a bear. You don't need to run faster than a bear, you just need to run faster than the other guy. And so it certainly helps if mice run fast enough. Okay, getting on top of that second stack there without using the central platform will not be the right idea. I feel like we should expend the central platform at least once, and possibly fairly early, just so we can gain enough height. Because there is a bit of a delay once you get in there between that initial layout and the way the drops happen after the on-off switch has been activated. So we still need to find an adequate entry point in that section, but we seem to be reasonably close. And we'll see how much there is after that. It is a pretty lengthy gauntlet so far, but manageable. Oops. Joking on some pretty simple things here, though. Always unfortunate when you lose some time to these sections that you've already figured out. Aegis Cook, welcome, and thank you for Yoshi's Greatest Escape. And Mice Run Fast Maker Code will hopefully get to everybody. I don't expect to run a very long stream today, but for those new here, it is my usual policy to try to play through everybody who is in the queue at the time that I close submissions. So we'll try to get through everybody who's already in, but I may be closing to new submissions earlier than I typically do. Typically, I usually go for about 2 hours on a stream before I close, but we'll do it earlier today. Yeah, so Warp World had some kind of database reset, I think, with the way that it was identifying level titles and maker names. And so it's been displaying maker names that are way out of date for everybody. Warp World has been pretty buggy in the last few months. I keep meaning to switch to the other viewer level spot, but haven't had too much time to do back-end work on the stream, so... but I probably will switch over at some point because it just seems like Warp World is no longer that well maintained. Which is too bad because it was really such an excellent piece of work in both Maker 1 and early Maker 2. But yeah, it seems like it has been, at least on the Mario Maker side, kind of ill-maintained for some time. Anyway, let's let everything go. Let's spawn in the next ones. 1 spawn. 2, and then that is it. Yeah, no need to just blunder your way through that without some kind of plan. And we've managed to get this one down pretty consistently now, so... Okay. Yeah, on this platform. Try to hug the ceiling as close as we can. Oh, I missed a jump. Unfortunately, I missed a landing, rather. I thought I had landed, and I thought it would jump again, and then I actually didn't land on a donut properly. That is the right approach, though. You're going to take the second of the initial donut rows and then head up to the platform, and that actually gains significant height by the time the closer clusters of donut blocks begin to descend. So I think I've found the entry point that I'm going for. We just need to get back there and execute it cleanly, and also just not die to silly things like thinking I've landed when I haven't. So we'll get back there soon enough. Oh, whoops, nope. Trying to speed through this a little bit now, that may not be wise. That's the issue with working on the later segments of a lengthier creation like this. You start getting a little impatient to get back to where you were. And additional mistakes begin to present themselves. Whoop. See? Probably should have just done a standard jump over that. We've sped through that segment before. That has not been working out too well in recent attempts. So let's just get some of these attempts out of our system and get back in business. Okay, we're kind of stuck here. Let's get out. Sometimes you just get into a bit of a bad pattern and have to work your way out of that before rhythmically things are going to line up for you again. Those spikes are really good at sniping me. Oh yes, they are. They've been working on some target practice. Okay. Out we go. We can have this magic wiggler ride. Then fall in. And I found a pretty good pocket of timing to be falling down along that hard block column, so pretty comfortable with that at this stage. Oh, almost got thrown off by the wall there. Anyway, let's get back to mushroom segment. Let everything spawn. And scroll our way over. Nope. Didn't quite line up nicely that time. That's okay. Nice and easy reset. I do appreciate that this segment allows you to reset that. Yeah, the Wiggler section is very clean. Very readable. And just one of those that is kind of a nice little reprieve from what had come before it. But yeah, definitely in terms of a maker's perspective, in terms of getting things like the switch activations and such to line up properly. Switch activations to track, etc. I think it worked out pretty well. And jump's probably not recommended here. We want to gain some height. Oh, dropped too early once again, and the bomb was just about to detonate. So we know exactly what a roadblock is so far, and we don't know yet how much is after that, but we'll find out. And thanks for the patience of everybody in queue. I am spending a little more time on this than I sometimes would for a viewer level because First Clear is available and we are making good progress. And it's the nature of a level structured like this to take a little bit of time and repetition, so can't guarantee we'll be devoting as much effort to everything in the queue today, but we'll try to give everybody a fair shot. Decent look at all your creations. So let's get back here. And here's the Wiggler section that we were just talking about. All these blasters very eager to shower you with coins. B. Suzuki, welcome. There we go. Okay, back to this bit, then it's the mushroom, and then it's the Cape Flight of Death. Okay, pretty manageable so far to this point. And death is not an issue in this segment, so have a nice little break before we get into the thing that's actually killing me. Which is going to be this area here. So I do have a method worked out. It is purely a matter of accuracy of execution at this point. Whoa, nope. That was a lot of space that we couldn't really find a way to cover. Maybe burning the platform so early is not such a good idea, but apparently I don't see a good alternative to that. And that'd be Zuki, thank you for new submission. And let's dunk it. That was a bit of a close call, but we gained tons of distance. And here's some coin collection, once again, just to build up that life total for endless mode. Oh, we came in a little bit late that time, but that's okay, we made it. And then Swamp Chase. Just enough slowdown on those blocks for me to work with. Okay, let's walk over. And over here as well. Let's not overshoot here. A little wiggle on a donut block's always threatens to throw me off a little bit. But now we're at the part where the donut blocks are actually going to be dangerous. Okay, that was a little more closely packed. Let's try to hug the ceiling as closely as we can. And there we are. See, that didn't feel so bad. Actually felt pretty relaxed once you get some decent spacing going. Let's see what this is all about. The moles are going to move in a stack. I think this is just a mole column chase, perhaps? Yeah, it is. And then you jump on each of the moles in succession while the stack is wiggling. Luckily, we have had some practice with this kind of thing. Oh, even more. It's going to be bullet pow, bullet pow, bullet pow. And do I need those bullets? Oh, ice here is going to lick my feet a little bit. Our landings were pretty bad on the ice. I was slipping to the left, and the momentum correction was taking me a little bit too long to make each successive jump, so we just need to watch out for that. I entered that a little bit slowly since I was making sense of what the Thwomp was doing, but the Thwomp, I believe, is just a clown car release. So we just need to do a bit of a momentum correction in midair as we land on the ice in each of those segments so we aren't slipping back and forth on the climb. Like I was saying, Be the Sky, this is lengthy enough that if we do run into another big log jam like we did with the Cape section, I may have to finish this properly in a catch-up stream. We do it fairly regularly, that I'll go back to longer levels that I didn't manage to clear while they were in the viewer queue. But we'll make a couple more attempts here while we're still progressing, and we'll see. I mean, I'm staying with it because I am enjoying it so far, and we are making progress. We just saw that new section for the first time, and I just need to take a good crack at it, but most of this is pretty doable on a blind read, which is very nice to see. Just takes a while to get back to where I was. Whoa, that was a very close call. Much later exit towards the donut block than I usually manage. Actually impressive just how much you managed to cram in. I mean, obviously when you just have mushrooms spawning from pipes, you're not really dealing with any entity space here, so just a whole segment you can cram in without much of a hit to the budget, apart from some things like the on-off switches. But really squeezing every last drop out of what you can dump in the editor. Okay, first, that's necessary. Okay. There we go. Yeah, there was definitely one long gap somewhere in there, and we just needed to be aware of it. Here's the accuracy test on the moles. Whoa, that was maybe a little early. That mole snack, didn't expect to make that mistake. Yeah, I thought that segment was going to be so trivial, and that's what happens when you get a little bit complacent. There we go. Not getting sniped this time. Hang on. That's going to dump. And let's see what lies ahead. Awesome Lamp, welcome. I smell a Super World continuation happening later today. Okay, here we go. This has felt relatively under control lately. Well, let's not be quite so late on leaving this platform this time. And let's follow the mushrooms over. Okay. Feels more and more manageable every time I see it. Haven't had too many problems lately. Now here's the danger zone coming right up. I think I found a decent entry timing. That was maybe not exactly what I was going for. It's a little different from what I'd seen previously. But we made it. Yeah, even a little bit of variance there can throw things off quite a bit. So you just need to stay high enough that playing reactively is still feasible. Alright, let's not mess up on the little mole wiggle this time. Or on the up pipe. Okay. Whoa, no. That column looks tough. Because the ice is just that much of an issue. Whoa. Okay, so I think what we'll do, Be the Sky, is we will try to get to the ice segment maybe one more time. The next time I die on the ice ascent, I will probably... Well, we need to get back there first, but the next time I die on that, we'll probably bail out and continue. And like I said, I do somewhat regularly run a catch-up stream that's outside the usual viewer queue. And we'll definitely make note of this one as one that we should finish. Might not get the first clear anymore. I wouldn't expect to, but we'll definitely work to get it clear nevertheless. I think it's pretty manageable to me so far. It's just a matter of figuring out that ice climb and whatever else lies beyond, so... Yeah, but the ice climb is going to take a little bit of adjustment here. I'm definitely slipping and sliding on the ice far too much for my liking, and that's going to take a big adjustment of my method. Many more attempts, probably. Alright, let's get in. Hug the wall. And drop. I actually do appreciate long gauntlet levels with no checkpoints, but medium difficulty per segment. It's a format that's hard to show off in a viewer level or streaming format sometimes, simply because sometimes people won't sit through them, but it's a pretty good fit for how I like to play, and not something I see that often, so definitely appreciate this mission. Let's inch our way forward. And as you can see, we are developing that consistency with the earlier segments as we go. This one still feels like a bit of a question mark every time, but we'll see if we can manage. And yeah, as you can see, we are making some improvements. Okay, that's going smoothly. Now it's going to be... Ow. 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 Yes. Okay, so the thwomp, we want to activate it as late as possible, but I think as soon as I get on top of the first ice block, it's going to go, so... Oh, no. Yeah, we need to rethink how to do that. I am inserting one too many jumps as I'm adjusting, sometimes just not facing the right direction, but... We did pretty well so far, I think, and we'll definitely to get back in. Maybe first clear is going to be available for some time. 4:24 on the clock for the clear check, and it's not like there's that much room for variation apart from the mushroom segment, so I definitely see some things here that we have not yet encountered. After the ice climb, it goes to the left. There's something that will take you to a pipe. Quite a lot more to come, but we'll have to work at it at some other point. Thank you for that, Beta Sky. We will definitely keep that code in mind. I hope that was a useful playthrough from a spectator perspective as the maker. Now, let me make sure we don't have anybody with an active sub kicking around. I didn't think so. So we'll go to the Mang double feature that's been requested by Mang and Luca. I'm going to wait for you folks to check in. Like I said, queue is probably going to close pretty early today because we have a lot of submissions to get through, and some of them may take some time. And Beta Sky, thank you for dropping by. Anyway, here's the double feature I'm talking about, Chasing Shadow the Hedgehog, followed by the DLC. So, now here's the thing about the Mang 69 lore that we should be aware of. Shadow is lost on the way to his wedding, and go ahead and show him the way. Now, I noticed that this was uploaded within a few days of Documents level that we showed off yesterday called Here Comes the Boom. Is there something with Shadow the Hedgehog and Boom Boom that we don't know about? And do I really want to ask? Probably not. Anyway, I wasn't invited. Okay, so Shadow the Hedgehog here is represented by the spike ball as opposed to the Sonic green ball that we've seen in the past. I feel like I needed that Spiny to remain alive, but that's okay. Ooh, nice little conveyor magic here. As we get within range to turn the spike ball. So yeah, it sticks to conveyor until we find an opportunity to push it forward. Very interesting. Now, do I... No, I have to race it there because we're not going to tuck ourselves in between each of the blades. You saw this sitting in Carl's queue waiting to be played. Is the Spiny supposed to be Knuckles, given that there was that associated Knuckles thing? I guess we'll never find out because Knuckles is dead. Anyway, let's drop in over here. Oh, nope. We just nudged it over gently. We need to do better than that, I think. Okay, thankfully, I don't think you can lock yourself here, but we'll not make any assumptions. Okay. And of course, here's a hammer. It's not quite a hammer in a cloud, but it's very close to being a hammer on a cloud. So, I guess that counts. Anyway. Okay, yeah, heading all the way to the end like that is going to make that pretty readily controllable. Let's just skip the hammer. Whoa. Okay. And then that will stop over here. We lower the platform, we go back to the left. But the munchers are going to lower at that point, aren't they? Or... No, I guess because the blocks die... Okay, let's see what happens. Oh no, because they're on a semi-solid, of course. And of course the claw is going to do a little catch there. And here's some auto-scroll. We're not supposed to kill Shadow, are we? Because we do need him to bust up some blocks for me. But the star is going to be useful for surviving on top of the muncher snacks. That seems like that's what it's going to be for. We'll wait for it. No, we don't want to wait that long because we get killed by the auto-scroll, of course. We should have kept that in mind. Yeah, it must be quite the wedding for everybody to get so hammered. Oh, nope. Yeah, we're supposed to get into this slot here without killing the spike ball. And that includes getting rid of the thwomps as well. I think we needed to land on the left and then jump over, perhaps, instead of landing on the right, because that just doesn't give me enough time to work with. Anyway, let's... Oh. Nope. We didn't need to kill it, but sometimes the oink sound is just that enticing. Yeah, all the way to the end if we can. Nope. Unfortunately, we do need to kill everything. And Luca is telling me that perhaps it's the latest Zelda dungeon that's showing up on Aura's stream. Yeah, one unfortunate thing with streaming at this time for me is that I can no longer show up as a viewer to when Orator is doing viewer levels. That used to be a fairly regular stop for me when I was just watching Twitch rather than playing. Chai latte. Chai tea latte, I should say. Welcome. Nope. Close. So yeah, this one is Chasing Shadow the Hedgehog, if you're looking at the list of levels on Mang's profile. On Mang69's profile, I should say. We didn't do too badly on the first half, I would think. Whoa, just... need to catch up a little bit here. Then, over here. Come on. I needed a mole to get up there, and I should have thought about that ahead of time instead of reacting to that when the moles were already all dead. I realized that as the last few moles were dying, and I also realized I was going to be a little too late. Anyway, this is the right idea if you kill all the thwomps. You kill all the thwomps, you drop to the left, you no longer need to start from that point. Whoops. Okay, here we go. Then... that might have been fine, except that we might have tugged the spike ball to the left too soon for it to hit the question block on the right. I just needed to not miss that jump. Seems like a pretty small adjustment to make. And, yeah, mobile 13246, I guess it's just a matter of consistency. You never know. It just makes it stand out all the more when I find little moments to break character, perhaps. Let's go up. Let's go down. Let's ride the train. Whoops. So yeah, I'm supposed to hug that as far as I can because we need to get to the left of the spike ball to pick up the star, but we need it to go far enough to hit the question block that's on the right side, so I just need to outpace it a little bit better than I've been doing so far. And there we go. Hit this accurately. Good. That's exactly how to play it. I needed to hit that, didn't I? Yeah, no, I needed to hit that because otherwise the Muncher just stuffs it. If I hit the mole, the Muncher just stays on the block. I didn't think about how that interaction would look in terms of the mole following me down. So, that was just a bit of a misread. I had already jumped up by the time I even paid attention to the mole and Muncher stack. And definitely improvements we can make here. I guess that qualifies this to be this week's honorary mole level. Anyway, let's junk this. Wait, that can't be right. That can't be right. Because we need to drag it over to both blocks by taking that top right corner above the thwomp, but then... What about the collision with the thwomp? How are we dealing with that? Let's read that over again and see if I can clean that up. I definitely misunderstood that a little bit. Okay, follow it over. We're a little behind on the auto-scroll relative to how I was doing before. Oh. That was a... Whoops, I looked at chat death. Which does happen from time to time. Picked a bad moment to do it. Okay. Alright. Okay, the thwomp isn't going to crush it if it is already over. No. We need to kill it. We need to kill it. And then... Yeah, I didn't think about that interaction probably because I was thrown off by the entrance to this level where the spike ball kills the Spiny. I didn't think about a Spiny taking its revenge. We just need to stand to the left of the spike ball and that's all we need to do to make that happen, and then we roll it a little further to the right after that. Yeah, this is a really interesting companion to that green Sonic level that was previously done with the Lemmy balls. Same kind of concept, basically, but with the wall breaking happening, of course. Okay. Nope, I missed that jump. That was such an easy thing. And then, again, it looks like we're going to have another Spiny that I need to deal with. Possibly with a star, possibly with a jump. We'll see. But it's something to look forward to. Okay. And then up we go. Anyway, pretty clear what to do at this point. We'll drop this. Catch this guy. Okay, then we run this. I needed to... I mean, technically I could do that if I bounced off the Spiny and then proceeded forward, but I think I actually needed to hit the Spiny when it was on top of the block. I wasn't sure if the block would spawn anything like a star, but it is just a coin. And so, using the block to assist me with a Spiny is probably a better idea than trying to get a jump on it the way I did. We'll need to deal with the Piranha stacks immediately after that. Okay, plenty of uptime on a star. Look at those P blocks up top, around where the Spiny drop is happening too. I don't know what's going on with that. I needed... Oh no, I just need to lower this, okay. one at a time. I was thinking, how could I possibly get a shell all the way over there to kick the piranhas, and I don't. That's not the point. The point is to let the spike ball gently open one gate at a time. I'll let Shadow the Hedgehog practice his rapid fire. I actually know nothing about Shadow the Hedgehog other than that he has dual pistols and originated on the GameCube and kind of looks like Cold Steel. But Dark Hedgehog occasionally has guns. He's real badass in his own way. That's all I know. Whoops. But I've, at this point, probably spent more time playing Sonic-inspired Mang levels than actual Sonic the Hedgehog, so... Anyway. Which is probably time for that regular reminder to eventually play Sonic Robo Blast 2, which I do have sitting around on my computer. I just haven't really taken the time to dig into it yet. Yeah, he's like a Dark Sonic, exactly. Whoop, that was a miss. Didn't even hit that block. On target. Swabfather, welcome. Hope your marathon streams have been treating you well lately. Swabfather's been running some pretty huge queues in the last few weeks. And yeah, I hope the streaming has been treating you kindly. Let's grab this. And let's grab this guy. Oh, whoa, that was a bad idea. I thought I could just sneak under that. I think last time I got complacent with it because I hit it on the left side. Also, thank you so much for the raid. Let's give you a big shout out. And welcome everybody who has come in. Our queue is still open, but probably won't be for much longer because, whoops, we have a pretty lengthy list coming in. But yeah, I'll be staying to play for some time yet. I think, whoops, didn't drag that nearly far enough. Okay. Now let's grab this. Nuke all these guys. And yeah, just need to not die to the spiny shell this time. That would be rather important. It's a minor adjustment. Drag it over once again, and then here's the moment of truth. We'll kill the first one. It's the part where Knuckles comes in and says, I object. Okay. Punched it to the left this time. It is going to drag. Come on. Faster, faster, faster. It's going to get caught. I was trying to jump over the claw, and I missed. And I hit the block. I feel like if I get on the claw and I swing it, that's the right idea, because I still want the spike ball to progress at that point, right? Like, I don't actually want... Whoops. It to get caught by the claw at that point, because I can't proceed. Thank you for the follow, Smash Master. Oh yeah, it's a wonderful concept. Really takes advantage of that conveyor belt backspin, which I've seen used many times for a lot of background mechanisms, but not so much for an actual platforming element. If you're building very much that needs some kind of complex switch activation, the conveyor backspin on a spike ball comes in extremely handy, and is also a bit of an absolute pain to playtest sometimes, because there are a few positional dependencies that you always have to take care of, but... Okay, do it a little bit at a time. Okay, that's the way to do it. Art. We don't have a P-door. I think we're going to reverse over this. Oh, I get it. So we're going to hit a P-switch on the other side. We're going to come back to the side of the level, and it's going to alter because... No, we're going to drop into a different point in the level. There's going to be a P-switch activation, and then the spike ball is going to behave completely differently because the conveyor belts will be frozen. Watch this. So here we are at the wedding. And, oh, no, it's just a flag. Okay. So what's with the P-door? Then I guess the P-door is just part of the wedding decorations. Okay, just a setting. That's fine. And I was so excited about that because, no, I saw that with one of the spiny drop segments from the ceiling earlier that there was some open P-switch decoration on the ceiling, and I thought, maybe there's something going on. But no, this is clearly built around the lower half of the screen anyway, so there wasn't really much space to do much else, perhaps. But I was definitely looking at that and considering, oh, is it going to be another double back level? But no, you're not going to leave the altar, you're just going to proceed with the wedding, and we are going to proceed to the next level. Thank you, Smashmaster, for the submission. You are a little far back, but hopefully you're able to stay. Mark that as a win. We'll do the second part of the Mang double feature. Luca also submitted Mang's maker code, so we can see the DLC for the previous level, so that's what we're going to do next. We will probably close the queue at the end of this level. You're on a secret date with Shadow the Hedgehog. Don't let Knuckles find out. Aegis Cook is only divorced if you try to play these in co-op. Oh, yeah, no, we need to not do that, because that's no way to treat somebody on your first date. There are 3 endings for the DLC. Okay. Well, if we only see one of them, you'll need to remind me to see the others. Yeah, so we stop the shell... so it gets run over. How sweet. We needed to drag this further, though, so... I needed to stay on the right side a little bit longer, perhaps. We'll figure this out. Goodbye. Well, yeah, we jump it, we land on the right, then we jump to the left as the spike ball comes over. That's the solution. No, we don't want to do that. We want to jump on a mole, and we climb on the vines, and then the path continues to break after that. So, yeah, just need to know where to stand sometimes. Okay. There we go. Everything's going to get wrecked there. No, we need to hit the shell over here. Why don't I just wear the shell? No, I should wear the shell because that gives me access to this part above. Maybe. We'll see. The idea, I think, should be to wear the shellman, but... So not only have we knocked out poor Knuckles here, we're going to wear him as a trophy. Whoops. Okay, didn't think about that. But yeah, the vine climb is what is going to open up the question blocks, because that allows me to get within proximity to spin spike ball forward. We'll just need to learn this a little bit at a time. So what if I grab this as a helmet? What happens? We need to do it because we need to come over here. And defend. Oh, nope. We probably need to kill it with the spiny hat from below. We have plenty of room to do that. Now, we have a mole up above that's going to activate something else as well. We'll figure out what that's going to be when we get there. There we go. And yeah, that could have ended better. Nope, we need to jump that at the very end and probably get on top of the vine. Now, how do I... Yeah, and then we need to stand on the right there to make sure we get enough momentum on the spike ball before it slows. A lot of little adjustments we need to be aware of. Whoops. And yeah, egg is cooked. That's usually the kind of ending where, you know, you're clinging onto a vine for dear life while munchers are dropping to on your head and you're thinking to yourself, I should have swiped left. Oh, let's go over here. That's not going to crush. We need to get ahead of it. Unfortunately, we do need to enter that segment a little earlier and reposition spike ball because we're just too far behind. And it's being tugged backward. Okay, let's go over here. Feel like I'm a little bit behind pace, but... Oh, nope. So, I think I need to kill all of the munchers in one clean jump the way I was doing there, and then I need to get on Divine for some reason. Probably because I want to reposition the spike ball and get it to stop using Divine before it goes too far. If I stop it, then I'm able to get to its right. Or the next segment after that. That's the step that I'm missing right now. So... yeah, because we do have a chance to stop it between conveyors. That's what Divine is for. I was wondering about Divine. No, that's not it. Maybe we do need to take damage by nudging up against it. Because do I need the spike ball for anything else there? Let's think about that. And okay, down we go. Okay, let's go over here. Maybe that works. We don't want to do that, though. But we want to trap that second spike ball some other way, possibly by making it deflect. I think maybe taking damage and losing the Shelmet actually is the right thing there. I think there's a chance that that's correct. Because I don't see how else positioning is going to work in terms of getting far enough ahead of the spike block to... the spike ball, rather, to open things up. We'll probably do it that way for now. We'll do it the... It feels a little bit weird because I'm not really clear on whether that's the best approach, but if we lose the Shelmet... the problem with losing the Shelmet is that we can't kill additional spike balls from below at that point, so might not be the solution, but... yeah, because we just can't outpace this thing. Then we do this. And what's this all about? That was unfortunate. That swamp will need to go below, so we need to activate it ahead. I think we do need the helmet to kill the swamp then, because I don't see how else we're dealing with it. So maybe we need to stay alive there. Because it does seem counterintuitive to lose the Shelmet. I feel like we're missing something in terms of that positioning, so... we'll reconsider the approach there and see if we can find a better strategy. Okay. How do I get ahead of that, though? Because I think I need to go ways to the left, like maybe even past Divine. Yeah, because... Ah, no, we repositioned the Thwomp. Okay, no, we do lose the helmet. We repositioned the Thwomp because it's a side Thwomp in a Nightground theme. We used a Nightground property to make sure it winds up on top of the bridge, so when the Thwomp comes down, it hits the bridge instead of the Spike Ball. That's what we do. So let's go back to the intentional damage method. And let's lose the Shelmet. No one is faster than Shadow? I guess not. Finding that out the hard way. Oh, nope, didn't drag that far enough. So yeah, the arrow looks like it's telling me to move the Thwomp backwards. Of course, I need to rethink how we're doing Nightground physics on the fly. Because basically the Thwomps work like boos, right? In the Nightground theme. Which is why the back arrow is probably telling you to face away. Always, whoops. That was awful. What about Shadow's shadow? Well, Mang, I guess it depends on whether he's running in the direction of the sun or away from it. Because that would affect the positioning of Shadow's shadow. Okay. Rather important distinction to make, perhaps. Okay. We'll lower it on top of the bridge, roll it over, drag it all the way, and drag this. Whoop. Okay, we didn't get far enough to drop the Thwomp. We need to drop the Thwomp in advance. Otherwise the Spike Ball drops. We have the right idea there, I'm just a little slow in the positioning. Shadow is always running away from the sun. Is it because it's an angry sun? Which, this being the night theme, we cannot incorporate at this level, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think we can outrun that. Okay, Thwomp can move over. That's still too close. Okay. That was the right idea, I just didn't exercise enough patience on the Thwomp. Not Game Grub, thank you for the submission. Monty Mole Bullet Bill speedrun. Yeah, it might take a little while for me to get to you, but we usually try to clear everybody's submission if they get into the queue before closing. So you might even be the last one we do today sometime from now. Some undetermined time from now. But we'll see if you're able to stay. Because you are a little far back, but we do try to get to everybody, so. The Thwomp corner boosted. Oh, yes, he did. Okay, let's back into this. Okay, there we go. Okay, that looked right. No, that's a bad idea. I needed it to clear everything first, and the conveyors to send it in the appropriate direction. And then I needed that Thwomp in the middle. That was not too bad for a blind read of a bunch of those segments, though. And Dorley, thank you for submitting. I will probably close the queue at this point, so we make sure we close with the puzzle that you wanted to send me yesterday. And yeah, the queue is a little bit lengthy today, but we will hopefully get to yours without having to bail out early like we did yesterday. And hoping to stay for as long as I can. Sometimes once we run to stream past a 4-hour mark or so, we run into some emergencies, but we will try to make sure you get played. Oh, yeah, that's fine. We wanted to smash that up. Okay. Alright. Everything here is going to clear. And then there's a house right there. It seems like we're fairly close to the end. There is a cloud up top, though, that's throwing something at me. And yes, indeed, Mel, just in time for the mole level. We are back to our start time from earlier in the year, so... Well, somewhat. I was going to start at 8 Pacific, 11 Eastern earlier today, and then I wound up being late for that because I was still playing the Splatfest demo. And that's actually why I started to stream a little behind my intended schedule today. But we'll be back to our earlier starts for the next couple weeks at least. I suppose this qualifies as the mole level, yes. Okay, everything's going to be eradicated. We'll go over. We'll go home. Now... Oh, that's just a flagpole, okay. And once again, we have the deceptive little P-door at the very end. So, Knuckles comes home at night, and the thing is, you could actually stomp on the big spiny shell at the end there, where Knuckles comes out and asks Shadow the Hedgehog, "Where have you been all night?" There's some lore here. And Chai Tea Latte Knuckles killed Shadow. That is what is known as a no-fault divorce. And Mail64, I've also been massively sidetracked by Xenoblade, but I have not been streaming it. I've been playing it on and off over the past 3 weeks or so, and it's been a pretty big commitment. I feel like I'm still very early into that game. Okay, so as I said before, we are going to close the queue at this point. We'll close it as soon as I've put in the next level. So if there are any last-minute submissions, please get them in now. Otherwise, we will be shutting off the tap. Now, once again, for anybody who is new here, I do try to get through the rest of the queue. Green Hero is coming in at the very end, as always. Hopefully you can stay. Yeah, I can spare them or just kill Knuckles, exactly. Let's close the queue. You managed to finish Xenoblade 2, and you're in Chapter 10 or so of 1. Okay. Yeah. I'm pretty early into 3. By early, I mean my party is level 60-something, 63 or so, and I'm actually still in one of the earliest chapters. I have no idea about many of the developments in the plot, I'm sure. Anyway, queue is closed. Let me just update my stream titles and make sure the bot display and everything is alright. And let me just check the list here. And yeah, Mail64, I did not have time to do Future Connected before I went on to 3. Torna is well worth your time, though, especially if Xenoblade 2 is still fresh in your memory. It's very well worth your time. Okay, this is a 0.16 from Estroy. I assume we'll be swatting away at boss hitboxes, as we typically do. I do not expect to beat a 0.16 within a reasonable span of time during viewer levels, but we will make an effort. So, let's see what this is all about. Green Heroes, you got Portal 1 and 2 a few days ago. I don't know if you typically get motion sickness from anything first person. I find Portal to be much more manageable for me than most first-person games. I've never been good with first-person games in 3D, but Portal I could handle because, you know, at least the movements kind of feel like they're turn-based in some ways. Although, of course, there are some later things in Portal 1 with very rapid camera movement near the end. That is maybe a little more dependent on dexterity, but anyway, we need to get Bowser to a point where we can actually kill him. That is not going to be the case currently. This is just going to be a bit of a recreation of old times and fun that we had back in New Super Mario Bros. Wii, where we just wait for Bowser to chip his way across until we find an opportunity to dunk him somewhere. The current record on this is about, what, 3 minutes or so, so we might have a bit of waiting time before an opportunity arises. Oh, Egg is Cooked. Did the people doing the text-to-speech spam and Aura stream dump their RRRs on you? Yeah. The chat culture there is sometimes very take it or leave it. I say that as somebody who kind of partly got into Mario Maker streaming because of watching too much of Orator stream. Way back in Mario Maker 1. As you can probably guess, his hours worked much better for me than a lot of the other big Mario Maker 1 streamers. So, yeah, I haven't had too much of a chance to watch his channel recently simply because I stream during the same hours nowadays, but I hope at least your level got a fair hearing from him as the streamer. Because I know that sometimes will feel like a roll of the dice for people whose levels wind up being played. I found that as you get older, the more motion sick you get. Whoa, look at a Goomba split. That was not a good time to look at a chat. Asteroid, he never despawns. Yeah, that's right, because he's a boss. The bosses remain globally loaded. So maybe we should run far enough to find some way to kill him, except, of course, we do need him to break open some passages for me. Can't really just camp around here forever. But yeah, we can scout ahead, really. It's just that eventually we will hit a wall. I don't have to wait for Bowser. Yeah, if I want to take care of Boom Boom first, I guess I shouldn't. Whoa, that was a hammer in the face. Negus, you think it was a complete Britney Spears song? Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I'm still very much a two-dimensional thinker in video games. I did not handle the 2D to 3D transition very well for the most part. Some games work better than others for me. Like I said, I was playing a bit of this Splatoon demo prior to this stream, and I play Splatoon with the sensitivity cranked really, really high when it comes to motion controls, so I'm sure to an outsider looking in, it's an extremely jittery image, and probably nauseating to follow if I were to stream the game eventually, but anyway, we've got some Koopalings here. They're going to obstruct some space, but they might also open up a couple of bricks for me, so ideally we just want to get to Boom Boom and Larry a little faster once the relevant columns break open, because we can get them to open up a passage for me. Okay, there we go. Let's do a little castle climb over here. Let's take the Maker's word for it that we don't need to wait for Bowser, because Boom Boom should be able to open this up in shell form, or am I thinking... Oh no, I'm thinking of Koopalings and, for that matter, some of the other styles. Oh, Bowser's going to get a jump. We probably should have thought about dragging Koopaling to the right side here, but that's okay. We've got it. And yeah, Green Hero's Joy-Con drift is a big problem. I have had my Joy-Cons for long enough that I do need to apply some electronic cleaning fluid fairly often whenever I get back to them. Electrical contact cleaner. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I have some electrical contact cleaner sitting around exclusively for Joy-Con cleaning. And you see, the problem is actually dust getting under the flaps of the little plastic flap under the stick where it makes contact with the surface of the rotating element, right? And because of that, even if you just let your Joy-Cons sit upright docked in your Switch for a while, if you're experiencing drift, it's just going to get worse with dust contamination getting in. And so if I have my Joy-Cons docked for some amount of time, I just know that next time I unplug them, I have to deal with drift in some form. And that's a little unfortunate. Oh. Okay, let's pay attention here. I feel like with these really lengthy Asteroid boss levels that often I just die to inattentiveness more than anything. I'll just get complacent about one specific thing and look away at the wrong moment, and things just fall apart from there. Let's let Bowser... Whoa, that was not a wall jump I wanted to make. That was also not what I wanted to do. That was an input error occasioned by my reaching for a drink at the beginning of the level. I was definitely not ready to jump over that. Yeah. Yeah, I never really got accustomed to the idea of the dual stick controls for first-person shooters and the like being standard on console, because for the most part, I mean, either I played them with mouse and keyboard, if I played them at all, or eventually, when motion controls came in with the Nintendo platforms, I played them with motion controls. So the idea of handling first-person shooters with twin sticks but no motion aiming is still very alien to me in some ways. It has never felt good. Which I'm sure would sound crazy to people who grew up on first-person shooters as far back as Halo. You know, even if they've been playing as far back as Halo 1 or something, they've been dual sticking it away through their lives. But and I think it sometimes can be a bit of an accessibility blind spot in a way where, you know, if you're not accustomed to the idea of using the right stick as a camera control, even in slower paced adventure games, Zelda and so on, you don't realize how complex it looks to a first timer. That, you know, if you've been playing with controllers since the very early ones that had no sticks at all, you've been able to see more buttons and sticks added a little bit at a time. At first you had no shoulder triggers, then you had 2, then you had 4, and eventually you got to the point of having sticks, and then stick click, which I never got used to until... Well, I'm still not used to it, to be honest, except for maybe activating the specials in Splatoon. And if you're starting from scratch these days as somebody who is new to playing with a controller, I can imagine that being a very intimidating experience, because you're not seeing control complexity accumulate with time. I totally got squeezed in that area there. I knew that was going to be a problem, and I had no defense against it. Yeah, I loved the concept of the remote. Waiting for Bowser makes it harder. Yeah, I'm trying not to, but there are definitely some areas where I'm a little bit jammed, like the first fight with Boom Boom. I don't have a clear way out of here. And Bowser is catching up to me by the time I get over here, so... And yeah, I have no way to break through here without Bowser, so he does need to catch up to me at that point, I think. That was dangerous, but we made it. I feel like I needed Larry here to break me out immediately. And possibly even continue his shell form over to this side. Need to drag him over before Bowser gets back to stomping all over me. Oh, more hammers. Yeah, if you escort Larry well, starting on a good block and then continuing, you're able to get through some of this stuff much sooner, perhaps. But... oh, no room here. So yeah, Astro, we'll see how far we can get. That was progress after a fashion. We'll stay on it for a little bit more to see if we can get a sense of how that Bowser kill is eventually going to happen. I assume you just have to survive to chase and eventually reach some destination all the way to the right.
Oh, no.
Fire pattern that time was not so advantageous. Yeah, let's try to position ourselves close to columns that he is likely to break in one shot. That was not going to be it. However, that little bit of spread fire there is going to get me a little further. Oh, that was not great. I should have just hit the hammer from below when I saw the opportunity arise. Yeah, like I said, I'm looking at the clear rate and thinking I'm very unlikely to get near completion on this, but we will do the best we can. Okay. Might as well just stuff Boom Boom for a bit. I don't see a better way out of here. It's not like there's a lower level that opens up. Oh, whoa. That's unfortunate. It should probably be lower. I guess, yeah, if people are playing specifically with an expertise in dealing with boss elements like Bowser, and they're the ones who are likely to stick with the level, that would raise the play rate. And even with those clears, we have a 3-minute record that gives me a rough idea of what to expect in terms of pacing, perhaps. And we're usually not too close to those records, depending on how quickly we actually kill the boss at the end. If there's some kind of chip damage fight at the very end, as there sometimes could be. Okay, he's on the column I want this time. Oh, no. I jumped up a little too quickly. I was trying to get him to open up the right side immediately for me. I still need to wait to have him drop down to the lower level to break out a little more. The world record is near optimal. You can probably save 5 seconds at most. Yeah, because you'd be at the mercy of a little bit of Bowser RNG here as well, I think. That would cause some record variance, perhaps, but... and... just stomp him. Camp out. Give myself a little bit of space to work with here. Yeah. Okay, good. Except he got to the lower level, and unfortunately that means Larry can't break me out of here. But one shot anywhere on this column will do the trick. Wow, that was unfortunate as a bit of a leap. That wasn't quite ideal. Yeah, he just stumped me. Alright, let's break this open. Let's see how far we get. We also know that, like many of these Aspero boss levels, because of the clear condition to kill the boss, we know it's going to be a bit of a marathon in any case. So let's just wait. Yeah, not having seen the level before, it wouldn't necessarily be intuitive to me that we want to outpace Bowser by this much. But I suppose if we just want to have space to remain as clear as possible while we deal with obstacles like Koopalings and other distractions. Okay, he's not going to break this open this time, but... whoops. Didn't expect him to tuck in quite so close to the end there. Thought I'd have a bit more space to sneak over. Now, the thing is, 3 hits on that shell will get me through, so even if Larry is on the lower level, I am able to have him break me through quickly. So, I don't need to be too fussy about where I stop him, as long as I stop him. Anyway, Bowser's going to take forever to break me open this time. Do a little castle climb over here. And then... where shall we go? Whoa, okay. Sliding right into him. Let's try it again. And yeah, just get a nice diagonal position somewhere so we can get a clean shot. Or just do the spread pattern and hope something opens up, as it will. Okay, Boom Boom is just going to hang around. Yeah, these accidental wall jumps are causing me trouble from time to time. Oh, we're getting stuffed. That probably was survivable, actually, if I just tucked in close to his feet, but that would have been a little perilous. Okay, we'll give it a few more attempts. Because I feel like I'm not actually progressing too well here. But we'll definitely try to push on a little further than we've been so far. Gotten past Larry a few times, but it's the columns after him that have remained a bit of an issue. This one's a 3.50 in terms of team boss ratings. Yeah, I have to remember how that stacks up relative to some of your earlier ones. I mean, obviously at this point I haven't seen where we actually do battle with Bowser directly just yet. Okay, let's drag this guy so we can get over here. Let's try to get a nice clean shot from Bowser in the middle here. Or, what? Okay. That can happen too. Yeah, that area, I'm kind of at the mercy of his positioning. Mario has discovered by this point that Bowser has very smelly feet. Ask him how he knows. Okay, let's move on. And drop in here, and here. Yeah, once you dodge the hammer, this area is somewhat cleaner, but... Whoa! That was not the pirouette I expected. Mice run fast. You will not ask him how he knows. Well, you see, he only knows because, unlike mice, he did not run fast. Not fast enough, anyway. Let's open this up and proceed. Always fancy when I can get on top of this stack, but won't always count on it. I like that on your way down towards this area here, the camera is just friendly enough to give me a safe landing. Anyway, spread pattern. And forward. Okay, same idea here. Let's break this open.
Oh no!
And miss. We'll try to put in one more good attempt that gets past Larry. And then I'll see if we can do something about the columns right after him, which are still a bit of an obstruction right now, so I think my best attempt was just a tiny bit further than that. So we'll try to make at least one good attempt that gets to Larry, and then that will be my imaginary checkpoint, I guess. The mental checkpoint for what we feel like we've mastered so far. Nope. I was about to wall jump there, and I just reacted to that a little bit late. Didn't expect him to just take a bite out of me there. If you looked at Bowser's eyes in that depth segment there, you can see that he was almost as surprised as I was. Like, what is this plumber doing in my teeth? After seeing the last part, DGR gave it up. So DGR, you're telling me, got pretty far then. If you're talking about the last part of the level. Unless you mean the last part that I visited. I assume you mean the last part of the level. Oh, there's really not much after Larry. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess then the time is inflated by whatever is actually involved in killing Bowser once you get to a point where you're able to interact with him. 2 hammer parts and then the ending, okay. And the ending is probably the thing you're talking about here. Oh, whoops, getting squeezed here. I really should have killed him. Well, the columns after Larry are the roadblock right now, so we'll try to do something with that. And it would be nice if we can at least see what the fight segment at the end is like, but it's going to take me a little bit more time, I think, to make a decent run at that. There we go. And we'll stop this guy as well. Whoa. So did DGR just pick this one up randomly, or on a recommendation, or what was going on with that, if I may ask? I know he's a busy man. Always interesting when he manages to draw his audience into something like this, although it is a pretty good fit for his audience, so who knows. Okay, hammer segment. So we did technically get past Larry. Let's try again. Level Redeemer, I see. I feel like we can probably... I mean, if it's just 2 hammers at that point, I feel like we can do it. It's manageable, we just need to see the shot coming.
Oh no!
And Swamp Father, I appreciate the vote of confidence. Usually we have to caveat that by saying, I can do this eventually. Just possibly not when I have a dozen other levels remaining in queue. But, you know, since there's no checkpoint to get locked behind here, it doesn't hurt to learn it piece by piece and see as much of it as we can. Oh. This time we're not going to let Boom Boom punch me in the face. That was very unfortunate when he did that. Let's get up high here so we can get a decent shot from Bowser. I hope. Excellent shot. Now let's get over here. Spin our way over. Lead him over like this, and then... Now let's see where Bowser's going to jump this time. He's going to get a shot that isn't going to come anywhere close to hitting a brick. Come on. Whoa. Okay, you can do that too. That's fine. I don't mind. Hammer can't even reach me, which is great. Let's not get too complacent about that. Let's lead Bowser over and go over him. We definitely need to use this now to jump over him, otherwise I just can't get past him. Unless we go under, but I feel like we're positionally in a bit of a bad spot now because I need him to get close enough to a platform that I can actually... Unless he gets to jump over me, then perhaps we can do something, but we are going to lose a fair bit of time here. Not that it matters too much with what I've seen so far. We're kind of at mercy of his positioning unless I sneak under his feet. Audio is dead. Okay, I will repair that in just a moment. Let's repair that now, actually. Just give me a moment. First time it's happened today. So we've been holding out a little better than usual. This will just take me a moment to fix. It's a pretty regular occurrence here, unfortunately. But we'll get back in and see how things go. I had to wait for the big Bowser jump animation. And thank you for the raid from Grumpy Jake. Everybody coming in to see my maintenance screen. Let's give you a huge shout out. RX7 man, welcome as well. Super Mario World. If it's ROM hacks I see there, I hope that's been going well. I totally flubbed the jump when I unpaused. Okay, I did say a few attempts ago that that would be my last attempt. So let's die properly this time. I didn't quite like that spot I was in anyway in terms of getting trapped on Bowser's left side once we got to the hammer, but the trouble to begin with was that we depended on Bowser to get me past one of the columns past Larry, instead of having him break it open with fire as he usually does. Stream ended on your end, that's unfortunate. Let me know. Yeah, let me know if the, maybe audio was already kind of failing in terms of pitch. It could have been the case. It was already kind of glitchy. And now Bowser's positioning is once again going to be a little inconvenient. Okay, he's just going to walk it while Boom Boom does his little ballet. That's a very entertaining ballet, Boom Boom, but it doesn't help me unless I jump on top of him in the middle of a pirouette. Okay, we gotta get out of here. Poor Boom Boom, he put in so much practice to get those moves down. There we go. Nope, there we don't. This is going to be the last attempt, but I think it was a very entertaining one, so I honestly don't mind. Alright, break this open. Break this open. Let's see if we can salvage this. We can't salvage this. Thank you for that, Astroy. We will have to revisit at some point. That was pretty amusing, though, to see Boom Boom just kind of struggle to get back on camera, as if to say, look at me, I'm still in camera range. I practiced all these moves. I'm auditioning for Swan Lake. Okay, let me make sure there are no subs to clear, and then we will proceed. Thank you for the patience of everybody who's been able to wait so far. I will, as always, ask you to check in chat for any of your submissions, so The audio is super deep. Yeah, we'll try to fix it again. Just sometimes if I'm kind of playing around with the reset, the pitch might be a little bit glitchy. So it is probably not just you. It probably is my stream choking a little bit when it comes to sound. We'll wait for Melonrind to check in if he hasn't departed us already. And we will fix the audio in the meantime. Yeah, if I'm going to have this many problems with sound, I should get a better audio monitoring setup, but this is a short one. Okay, great. Let's see it. Let me know if sound has been fixed. Let's get the S's and the B's and all that right, because it took Melonrind several attempts to enter this code in the first place. We don't want to get into the same trouble. Okay, audio is better. Gliding outside. I am going to take out my machine translation, unless anybody here reads Japanese. And we're going to point my device at this to see if we can do a really crude translation of what it's trying to tell me about gliding. It says, according to Google Translate, you can clear it by stepping on Boom Boom once, but it will jump at you when a run-up gauge is full. Unnecessary jumps slow Boom Boom, so don't do it. By the way, is Boom Boom a turtle or a dinosaur? And, yeah, it says Falcon Gliding Turtle something. Anyway. It does say easy level if you look at the 60-something% clear rate. So, let's take a look. Anyway, it was telling me something about jumping or not jumping and positioning Boom Boom. We'll see what happens. Reach the goal. After defeating at least one Boom Boom, we'll need to get revenge on the previous level, I suppose. Okay. And it's going to be a vehicle ride. Look at this offset here. That's off-center. That's very OCD unfriendly, perhaps. Oh! Oh, okay. That's why it tells me I am allowed to step on him once, but he's just going to swipe at me. That's why we have a fire flower, so we can play through his cutscene and ride the train over to goal. Ah, okay, so we just need to hit him once, perhaps. I think I get it. So it's going to move back and forth until you stomp him. Once you stomp him, he will drop. And then we'll see what happens. I'm totally going to miss. And yeah, Swap Father, when you have a language with much better character density, like Japanese, you can do quite a bit more with level descriptions. Just much better compression bit-wise, I suppose, of you. I'm absolutely missing. He's going somewhere between Eggman and Shadow Speed. I mean, we've already experienced Shadow Speed earlier today. Next to Mang. And Luca, for that matter. There we go. And he gets crushed instantly. Okay, I see. That's interesting. That's interesting. So that's what the description was trying to tell me, I think. That you basically reposition him into a crush death if you stomp on him. Because he's always going to swipe at a very specific position. You're only going to hit him in that position. And then he dies to the animation afterwards, so. Thank you for that. Excellent little short and sweet suggestion. I don't know if I've seen this maker. Sometimes I know some of these Japanese makers from way back from having played material early. Yeah, I've played some of these earlier. I think maybe Melonrind has suggested them to me before, in fact. That might be why I've have a few of these levels checked off, but let's mark that as a win. Has a cool spin jump puzzle. Yeah, let me know about that, because maybe we'll do it on a puzzle stream. I'll definitely look at that profile and see if I can find that level, if I remember. Matt the Maker, you are definitely here. You just said GG. Thank you so much for your patience, and we will see what your submission is all about. Wiggler Stampede. Bounce your way through the level on these angry Wigglers. World record by Barnstorm. We just played Barnstorm's Breath of the Wild levels yesterday, so we've been seeing him around quite a bit. Okay, here's the Stampede. And we'll just kind of maintain position here and see. Oh, with all the Goombas coming down from up top, it's actually very reminiscent of some of the boat levels in actual NSMB. Various poison raft levels in that game that always have Goombas dunking you from the ceiling. Okay, pretty smooth ride so far. We'll grab a 1-up for Endless. And yeah, Mobile, you'll be immediately after this level, so thank you so much for waiting as well. I've been here for quite some time. Okay, we gotta be careful with the twirl at this point because that's just what happens. Yeah, nicely spaced for gliding, actually. Of course, we won't see too much more of that because we lost that, but I guess if you were able to glide up to the ceiling, then you would run up top and you would drop into the 50 coin, and that would be the method to get it. Notice how the Goombas are just going to fall through directly. We're missing all of the optional stuff here, which is unfortunate because I probably would have needed to keep the squirrel for that. At least some of it. Look at a Goomba go up on top of that stack. We probably could have used that. But we'll make another attempt at this to maybe play around with the squirrel suit a little bit more. Yeah, you tried using poison, but it kills the Wigglers, which is unfortunately counterintuitive for people who... Oh, progressive power-up, of course. Who do know the NSMB games, because in the NSMB games there are so many demonstrations of Wigglers specifically surviving poison, even going back to NSMB on DS, I think. So, no such luck over here, unfortunately. They will just need to walk on water. Like Saint-François de Paul. And, there's a famous piano composition that I used to know how to play called, it's by Franz Liszt, it's called Saint-François de Paul Marchant sur les flots, Walking on the Waves, and so it's, for some reason, the first thing that came to mind when I thought about walking on water. It's still possible to get up there. Oh, up to the 50 coin, yeah. You despised the raft levels in NSMBU. Really, I actually quite liked them. But I thought the Poison World was one of the stronger aspects of NSMBU. Which I think is actually a very underappreciated game. Okay, thank you for that, Matt the Maker. That went pretty smoothly. We didn't quite manage to do a full completion that would include the 50 coin, but otherwise it was a pretty smooth ride, and the squirrel suit was a pretty good fit for this while it lasted. Let's mark that as a GG, and we're picking up the pace after some levels that did not go as successfully. Mobile 13246. You are definitely still here, I'm pretty sure. So we'll punch this in. Case, yes. Okay, so this is your maker code. Let me know what it is you want me to do, whether it's okay. Choose any level. I mean, we can do the latest one if you want to see a potential first clear on it. Goomba Light. This was a very fresh upload, in fact, from within the duration of this stream, in fact, so let's... And Swapfather, yours is also a maker code choice. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Let's try to catch that track. Otherwise, we wait for the Goomba to come down on that track. No, we're going to do it this way. Oh, we need to kill all of them because... Is it all 17? Yes, it's all 17. So, where does the door go? Is it a reset or... We have a very tight timer, so we actually do have to kill everything, I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's kill everything. Now we know. Yeah, I didn't know that this would be a short level, but it will probably take enough effort anyway that we'll spend some time on it. Let's get a high bounce if we're going to. Do a middle bounce like that. You never see the clear conditions until the flag isn't there, yeah. Felt like the whole point of Nintendo blasting these clear conditions in our face was to try to counteract that, but instead we just end up ignoring it because it just looks like visual noise on the first screen, right? So we're going to do the bottom stack first, and then we'll jump on top of... Oh, it drops off the track. Okay, I didn't think about that. Yeah, you do need to track one to get over. It's just a matter of catching it before it does fall off, so... Oh, I was trying to catch it on the right side there. That did not go. I feel like we can make that timing work out if we just insert a couple of short bounces where we're currently going high. Nope, needed a high bounce there. That actually could have been doable, I think. We just didn't time this well. Green Heroes, you've gotten better since the last time you played NSMBU. You distinctly remember dying to the Goombas falling off the logs. We spent too long after spawning that guy in. Yeah, I feel like the Goomba raft levels tend to be one of the more mechanically memorable aspects of the NSMB series. That's definitely... Whoops. One of the levels where NSMBU starts to pick up a little bit. It's a fairly gentle game in general, but... Okay, there we go. We've got time. Nope. 37 seconds remaining. That's very flexible. And yeah, mobile, you were saying earlier you prefer a super long level. I mean, I didn't have a way to know going in. But we have enough in queue that I don't mind doing a shorter one like this today, and we'll try to fit in a longer one next time, perhaps. Whoops. Yeah, going left and then doing a mid-air bounce on a Goomba seems to work. I just need short bounces leading up to it. By the time I make that jump past the Munchers, you're within camera spawning range for the Goomba on the track, so I need to keep that in mind that we're going to be on the clock as soon as we make that jump. And thank you for the lurk, Smash Master. Yeah, people are welcome to be AFK or doing something else while they're in queue. You're absolutely welcome to. That's why I never call random, incidentally. So people have a much more reliable idea of when they're coming up. We were so close to a clear early on, but that's okay. And yeah, Green Heroes, in terms of enemy spam, the Goomba raft level is very much about, as you'll remember, about keeping the raft under control. I think it was a seesaw raft in the Wii game, but then it was a weight plate in the Wii U game. Whoops. And I don't remember what they did with it in Luigi U, because I think the last time I played NSMB U and Luigi U would have been back in 2014, I want to say. I played them once in co-op, and I played them once in solo. I definitely played them both on the Wii U. I understand that there are some weird changes in the Switch port of an SMBU. Not changes to the levels themselves, but to the default twirl controls and Little things like that. Okay, we're still nudging that a little. My Swabfather lurkers are the backbone of Twitch. Yeah, they are. I think sometimes people actually have long-running, faithful viewers that never chat and never announce their presence, and that's perfectly fine if that's what they're comfortable with. Look at that, dying on the last one there. I probably should have unstacked it, just to give myself a bit more of a predictable pattern to work with. Anyway, we'll get back there and we'll just do it again. Remember what I said about how I probably should have unstacked it? There we go. We even got the top of the flag. Yeah, Matt DeMaker, I understand that there is a way to disable the Switch-style twirl controls on the Switch port, but that it's undocumented and requires a specific button combination on startup or something. And I don't know why they did it that way. I think they just thought that some of the audience would carry over from the Super Mario Run mobile game or something, where the twirl controls are just an additional tab. But it makes no sense to me, and I hope it certainly doesn't stick around for the series. Especially considering how critical the twirl is to certain harder segments. Mark 7, man, you're kind of lurking. Not anymore. Anyway, thank you for that, Mobile. The Boss 133, if you are still here, please check in. I do see you on the current list in chat, but I don't know if you're AFK. Just so new people know, when I see that somebody is potentially lurking, and you are here, when I see that somebody is potentially lurking and they are called up, I do just bump them back one spot in case they are AFK or falling asleep or something else. So we're pretty lenient here. And I understand that people will dip in and out because it's such a long wait sometimes. But here's Yoshi's Greatest Escape. Mario and Yoshi must work together to escape the depths of this evil dungeon. Very new level. It looks like it's also been very well received so far, so let's take a look. And Swabfather, you say that like you just played it on your stream? Let's see. And Green Heroes, you've just reminded me that there actually is a Konami code level where you have to enter the Konami code to beat the level, and I think it uses the Magic Koopa RNG to enforce that. Anyway, here's a cutscene where all of these bones get sawed apart. Ooh. Anyway, this Goomrat's going to walk over here with his Wiggler headlamp and just inspect the space here to ensure that everything is dead. I think he's secretly behind this plot. And he's going to open the gate, because the way is clear. I guess the point of playing a level like this is to try to narrate it and reconstruct the story. So, Mario is trapped. There are no windows and no doors. There's one door on the right, but we're not going to see it yet. We're going to see Boom Booms in their cage, up to the Boom Boom limit. And here's Yoshi. Yoshi's going to grab some... Oh no, it's an SMB, so he can't grab the fire. But everything's going to die. And we're going to drop in. This really is like a Haunted Mansion attraction. Yoshi's going to be trapped on the other side, and then we are going to watch him panic as we say, "No! Yoshi!" And Yoshi only knows how to cry out his own name, so he's also saying, "Yoshi!" Anyway. The Goom is going to walk over here. Oh. Let's follow the chomps. Nearly ran headfirst into the chomp on the right, but I guess that's why the clear it is. somewhere in the 25s. Anyway, here's a little Goomba meat grinder where Bowser is just snacking on them one at a time. We're going to go the other way. And hit a one-way panel. I wonder if this is safe. It is safe, okay. Not that we're going to mess around with it too much. And Yoshi's going to do that. I feel like we needed to hit him in the face. Or... oh, let's rethink that. Let's rethink that. Yeah, Green Heroes, I don't remember if I actually played the Konami Code level or if I just heard about it by reputation, but I remember somebody mentioning that to me and I thought, okay, it's definitely Magic Koopa RNG or something like that, or not Magic Koopas necessarily, but taking advantage of the fact that you have an RNG reset with door and pipe entries that is input dependent in Mario Maker. I think I associated that with Magic Koopas because they tend to be the best use of RNG manipulation in other levels that I've seen. There are two particular Magic Koopa RNG levels that come to mind. One is the one of the escape rooms by Tempest Funk that I showed off way back in 2020, I think. And the Magic Koopa multipath RNG puzzle by Funked, which is like multiple one-screen puzzles in one that all work no matter what the random seed is. Like there were a couple of really good concepts like that that showed off what you could do with randomization in this game. And it's rare enough to see somebody really know how to work RNG in Mario Maker that every time I see a great concept with it, it's definitely a memorable experience. Anyway, P-Switch is going to light up the night, and we probably should have expected that something like this would happen, and that a bomb wouldn't actually kill Yoshi because it is too nice to do that. So, nowhere to go but down. You've seen a Friday Night Funkin' level that relied on Magic Koopa RNG to enforce the inputs indicated. Interesting. Yeah, in theory, you could do something like a Dance Dance Revolution level where you have to input things in sequence, right? And just have arrows drop from... whoa, we shouldn't have lost Yoshi there. I was still expecting more cutscene here. Because that is something that you could do with RNG potentially, right? It's just a dance pad level. Where you just have, you know, donut block arrows falling to act as indications or something. 1K Man, welcome. Okay, let's... oh, no, let's watch out here. That was a bad idea. I should have just noticed that was just a tiny bit of platforming that I'm actually required to do. Anyway, we need to try not to lose Yoshi and in the dark. This has been a very good use of a dark theme, incidentally, which is something that I think a lot of makers find very challenging to work with in a coherent fashion, but... no, we lost Yoshi again, and that's going to dunk me. So... you watch Sion die repeatedly on that level, unable to tell there were indicators. Yeah, I completely sympathize with the feeling of not reading indicators. Look at that poor mole that just drops off with the switch activation. Okay, we want to hug the wall until we run into the location where I need to jump back. Yeah, and there's going to be a bit of a race. Whoops. Can't really miss a single jump here, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
I'm absolutely lowering this clear rate already. That's okay. That's what happens. But yeah, really well put together. Obviously, the player does have to struggle a bit with visibility in this section, but it's very much the point. And okay, let's just not miss the easy jumps. And otherwise hug the right side of the screen so we're ahead of whatever block drop is. Activating all of the spike balls. But here we just move on up. Very suspenseful as you try to exit from the lift, and then, yep. Okay. That took care of itself. Oh, and this guy's getting roasted. And Bowser is no longer even here to dine on his carcass. And yeah, this is totally a furnace. Poor thing. Okay, what's up here? We're obviously going to mess around. Okay, that's just part of the cutscene manipulation for it. Whoops. Oh, I lost Yoshi. That's unfortunate. Can I get him back? Nope.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, thank you for that. That was excellent. Kind of a good mix of a little bit of light platforming with what is mostly a cutscene story level. We don't see those very often, like cutscene story levels that still have that bit of interactivity to them. So, absolutely my pleasure to play it. And yeah, looking at the likes ratio and everything, this is primed to blow up in some fashion, I'm sure. So, good luck with that. Mice run fast if you were still here. Please check in. Mice usually stays pretty long, and I do see him on the list, so we'll just give Mice an opportunity to check in. Otherwise, we will bump him back one spot and go to Bizuzuki. Looking at a list here, I see most people remaining in the queue are still around and waiting, so Bizuzuki, since... Okay, no, Mice is here, so we'll do things in order. Yeah, no worries, Mice. We are very understanding when it comes to people being slow to respond on a keyboard. Okay, are we doing this new one for Adelia from June, or are we doing something else? Lots of levels made for Adelia Sunshine, a fellow streamer who's also very entertaining. So yeah, let me know, Mice, if you have a specific recommendation. We've missed a couple of the recent ones. You'd recommend more recent ones? Okay, let's see what we're going to choose from then. Collaboration about 1%. Local co-op. Yeah, we're not doing the co-op one. We need to do a co-op day at some point, but we'll do this one. Spiky Mountain Spring. I see the word precision and sometimes I have doubts, but 1%, we can do it. The co-op one only needs one Joy-Con. Okay. So it's not timing dependent in a way that actually requires two simultaneous players. Ah, okay. So this is just a Muncher hitbox thing. Very neat use of that offset. Love how they retract back into position as well. That's something that's quite nice about this Muncher interaction. That you have that spread pattern, but they also come back. Yeah, very nice use of that concept. And in theory, if I stand in the middle, that's safe. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Went a little bit early there, expecting them to go down already. And then, let's see this. And yeah, Swamp Father, this is a pretty fun concept. I've seen a couple things like this using Muncher stacks before, but not with a specific spread pattern. And as far as the precision requirement goes, it's very gentle. Which is good, because I'm not a precision player whatsoever, and I usually don't like dodging tight hitboxes, but this one makes a lot of sense just given the concept, so... We just need to be aware of our swimming technique here. Because we basically have all these half-tile offsets all the way through this level, and half-tile is still plenty of room to work with. But it also looks reasonably unique. And that you do still need some interesting editor setups to make this work. And as you can see, we're maybe not up to speed with our swimming. Whoops, let's not boost into that too quickly. Falling into the coin is probably the best approach, but we'll find some way to do this. There we go, just touching that on the side. Now this I'm a little concerned about, but we'll pull that in and, yeah, straight into the middle. And fall in. Oh, didn't see where that pipe ended there, and we just rammed into the wall. That's good. That's why this is good checkpoint placement. It's going to require a little bit of practice. It's very distinct from what we were doing in the level up to that point. Then we need to go under and then over. Nope, a little bit too slow. Trying not to go too fast there in case I overshot, but we seem to have overcorrected. Alright, let's continue. Oh, nope, once again just hit the wall. Just need to be careful around that corner. Just need to fall gently in above the big piranha. Without getting wrecked by the offsets. Okay, ooh, that was dangerous, but we made it. Yeah, just falling in directly is the way to go. Okay, same idea here, just in reverse. We can hit the wall just fine. This will be tricky, this one here. Yeah, that bit I'm a little worried about. I feel like that's something that's probably very basic stuff for people who are precision players. Finding the right way to swim through is something that's going to take me a little bit of practice. Generally though, the error margins are pretty flexible here, so I'm not too worried until we reach this obstacle. Yeah, the timing elements I can do, the actual stationary spots here probably worry me more. Because they're the kind of thing that's probably easy for precision players and hard for everybody else. Okay, let's practice this ahead of time. Can I just fall in like that? We can't really boost once we're in between, can we? So we... No. We'll have to find our way through. Can't get enough of these types of levels. Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, there are some people who are really, really into just dodging spikes all day and being pixel perfect. I find that for me to be engaged with them, I do need them to have something mechanically unique to show off, and this level definitely has that. Because if it's just hitboxes that are just sitting there, that's maybe not as fun. Not as fun to look at from a design perspective. And yeah, you're no good at them, but you like them. You see, the people who are good at these know who they are. Whoops. There's going to be a little bit of ducking on the other side. Let's see if we can make it. Given the 1% clear rate, I don't imagine there's much more to it beyond the screen. Or that whatever is coming after the screen is going to be fairly gentle. This is a pretty big difficulty spike compared to the previous segment, I think. But again, that's from the perspective of somebody who's not so good at this stuff. Whoops. We're definitely excessively tapping the swim button. Okay, let's go. And let's drop. There we go. And power through here with just a little bit of extra room to move. Okay, that's fine. Now this bit here. We're coming in a bit low previously. I feel like I need to really hold right into that thing and just sail a tile across. You see, that would have been correct. Almost. Almost there. Yeah, one thing you realize with Mario Maker is just how much diversity of tastes there is in terms of what people want out of their Maker experience, what kind of levels and interactions most appeal to them. That there are so many concepts in this game that have been tooled to this great state of refinement, but where some players will absolutely fall in love with them and others will just not even look at them, right? In the same way that there are some people who are extremely averse to puzzles, for instance, whereas I just love doing logic puzzles. Feature them pretty regularly. Oh, whoops. Okay, kind of rushing this a little bit too much now. This bit here. Yeah, maybe the first section gave me a false sense of security about how precise I would need to be. But I mean, this is pretty gentle up until the two piranhas under the pipe here. Oh, nope, nope. Try to back out of that. The hesitation was not productive. Caused more harm than good. Okay, drop in. Nope. Let's wait. Yep. And there we go. Up one is more leeway than bottom. Yeah, it looks like it. I'm just not aiming my entry very well. I actually had a good entry previously when I was just kind of testing things out, but I feel like we do need to slide all the way through it. There we go. Now this one, let's not die here. No. We died here. Yeah, past that point, I mean, we need to do that twice. One to get towards the coin, once to get towards the door. But we'll see what we can do. Nope. You recommend crouch jump there? You know, that would have been a sensible thing to do. Reminds me of what a shock it was to go back to Maker 1 and be reminded that you couldn't crouch a small Mario. Yeah, it's like you made this. What's up with that? Got an inside line to all of these secret methods, which are not actually that secret. Well, too bad we can't crouch jump this guy here. Would have been helpful too. Oh, whoops. Rushing into that a little too soon. Okay. When it's on its way up, we go down. There we go. Oh, whoa, look at that. Boosting too quickly. This wasn't a TP level. Was it a contest one, though? I know you made it for Adelia Sunshine, looking at the title, but I don't know if it was... Yeah, because you said something about this being a big collab, right? That happened to be on your profile. I didn't read the description too carefully, apart from recognizing most of the names. Oh. Yes, this was a contest level, yeah. Yeah, I've been out of touch with a lot of the streamer contest things that have been going on lately. I know they've been running because I do follow a lot of those other Maker 2 streamers, but my hours have not been very compatible with theirs this year, so I haven't really kept up with what they've been running. And yeah, people make what they enjoy. Or what they enjoy inflicting on the players. Not that there's a big difference. Whoop. Okay, there we go. Still surprised I managed to make it through this bit last time. Nope. Green Heroes joined a Team Shell to upload one level. Was it a music level? No, actually, no. Green Heroes, I know which shell level you're talking about, I think. And I'm pretty sure I did not clear it. Okay. Yeah, Swap Father, back when I started streaming this game, I don't think I knew how to do a single shell jump. I'm still not great at them, but it's kind of interesting to look back at how much I've been motivated to improve at a few things like that just by playing fewer levels and occasionally having to deal with things that I have to learn. So I'm sure you've had the same experience as a streamer yourself, so. You started playing this March, yeah. There's a wealth of content to catch up on in terms of great concepts that still remain unique to this day. It's nice to know that in 2022 that new audiences are still coming into Mario Maker. I think there was a lot of fear for a while that there was a bit of stagnation where, you know, once the big names started dropping out, the big names carrying over from Maker 1 started dropping out, that there wouldn't be too much new blood to replace them, but I don't think that's actually the case. We're still receiving great levels week to week, and the Makers are definitely remaining active, even if there has been a lot of turnover socially. And yeah, the hours really do stack up in Mario Maker. I found that with both 1 and 2. And exactly as Mice Run Fast was saying, whenever you have some kind of team structure with judging and internal community standards and so on, you know, it's a bit of a trade-off of your independence. And it really depends on what your tolerance for that is going to be. Sometimes it's for the better of the level, of course, but sometimes, you know, if it's just a matter of wanting to standardize a particular team aesthetic, it's a little bit different as a consideration, so. I can kind of tell this is a collab of some sort, right? Because This section does feel very different from the last one. Nope. Yeah, much more conventional precision, perhaps, than the previous section. Smashmaster, you started playing in December, but really got into it in June. Yeah, like I said, nice to know that people are still going through that process of discovery. And because there's so much to see in this game. I did this thing with Mario Maker 1 where I got it on day 1, but then mostly dropped it for about 3 years, and then got back into it right before Mario Maker 2 was announced. In a big way, and so, you know, a couple of years away from Mario Maker 1, I went back to it, and I was just amazed at what you could do with it that I never would have considered because I wasn't interacting with a community at that time. But once I kind of caught up on what sorts of ideas were being exchanged over the course of the game's lifespan, just unlocked a whole different level of interest. Okay, we'll see what we can do with this Mice Run Fast. I am stalling a bit in this section. We'll see if I can make it. That crouch jump would have solved a lot of problems. But I still don't have a very reliable method for this swimming segment here, so... we'll see if we can make it. Surely we're not going to be thrown off by a 1%er. Crouch jump, eh? There we go. Okay. I feel like we need to slide under this one. I got up a little too soon. Look at that. I felt like that was just a sure thing. That was definitely going to be the attempt. And that did not work out. Okay, we can get this swimming bit to be more reliable, and then we're in good shape. Nope. Yeah, so people know in advance. For the people remaining in queue, thank you so much for waiting. But because of the length of the queue, if you're letting me choose levels off your list, I will probably tend towards things that are not too difficult. I mean, I'm not going to pick trivial things, but I will probably not go for marathon levels or things that are, you know, 0.5% or whatever if I have a choice. Just to make sure that we give everybody a look before we all crash out for the day. If you have an existing submission that is on the harder side, that's fine. We'll still do it. We just might not be able to clear it in timely fashion. But we'll try to make something happen. Oh. Well, that was embarrassing. Same mistake, in fact. We didn't even get as far as last time. And yeah, I never actually look at the Maker team pages myself, so I don't have a good sense of calibration for their rating systems and such. Because most of the levels I play are through personal recommendation. Never really played Endless or Versus since the game's launch. Because there's enough to look at already from makers I trust and friends of makers I trust. And people who drop by for viewer levels, of course. This is how we discover a lot of interesting stuff, and also very fascinating makers. There we go. Now we can do a bounce back to pick up speed. I don't know if we want to do that. We probably do need a momentum looking at it, but... yeah, there we go. Hey, we made it. Let's see how we do. We still have one checkpoint unaccounted for, and here it is. And we're back to this spread pattern, except now we need to figure out how to get up there. It looks like we're not given a lot of space to work with. Let's... Oh, there we go. We'll, of course, take the 30 coin. And then die immediately, but that's okay. We're back to something a little more relaxed. That was the weirdest setup I found. Oh, you mean this one here, this stack? Yeah, look at that, because it doesn't draw them in until the second lowering. There's some kind of offset, additional offset that's going on with the corner of that semi-solid there that is a mystery. So waiting for the second one is not what you would think of right away, but... Now this is interesting. We just need to time it. Oh, that stalled a little longer than I thought. Smashmaster, you've been making another Kaizo. Yeah, look at that. It touches the corner. Oh, probably because of the initial positioning of where the Buzzy stacks have been set up. Where they kind of need to cling onto that muncher first, and then... Oh, well, take a closer look at it before we comment. Okay, yeah, it's upon the retraction that the spring is going to go down, and we can hit it in midair, but I don't think that's required. I think it's probably better to hit it when it's on the lower spikes. So yeah, we just need to have the discipline to wait for that first muncher spread at the beginning of the section. A little late there that time. We'll eventually find the timing pocket here, and we'll make the best of it. And for now, we will stand around and see what else we can do. There we go. Oh, no, we can't stand on the pipe because it won't spawn. That's to clear. Thank you for that, Mice Run Fast. Yeah, the swimming segment kind of killed me, but that's why it's 1%. Everything else was actually very gentle. Oh, that must be Roru who got to submit a record on this. Roru, extremely skilled player, one of the top endless streaks in the world, I believe. And not surprising to me that he would rank out that record. Kind of wonder how that compares to the clear check time, 134 exactly. That's subtracting almost 40 seconds. B. Suzuki, if you're still here, you are. Let's take a look at your latest. I think we're making decent time so far. Let's take a look at the current list. I'm not going to embarrass myself with my Portuguese pronunciation, but this is, as you can see in the description, a generic frog level. How generic? We're about to find out. You probably just need to hold an object and run around on a water surface or something in a subworld. Unless it's even more generic than that and you just swim everywhere, but knowing B. Suzuki, all is not as it seems. Oh yeah, we've definitely seen this kind of race concept before, but we'll see what we can do with it. Nice switch activation over there. Whoa, totally missed that. Oh, I know what happened. I threw the POW and I caught it again before it activated because I swam into it with the boost. So we need to throw the POW right up against the one-way panel if I can. And yeah, the one-way panel there isn't going to stop the spring, obviously, so we shouldn't be too concerned about it. Nope, we need to swim under. I don't know why I double-tapped that. Took me a moment to read the maze. We are definitely behind pace on the auto-scroll, I think. Next time, Green Heroes, you make a 3D World Kaizo level, you want to have spring jumps, power jumps, maybe P-switch jumps. All kinds of jumps. Okay. Tap this, tap that. Fire is going to come out just in time. I actually quite like that timing there. As a yay. Followed by a checkpoint. Okay. Icicle is going to do some work for me here. Oh, need to double tap this. Might have been a little slow on that, but we'll make it. Muncher bump. That was a very satisfying bump. No, I don't know why I hit that. Oh, okay. Get in range, I suppose. Anyway. Really nice Swish activation setups. And the auto-scroll timing, I think, worked out pretty comfortably, so... Thank you for that, B. Suzuki World Record. This must be a very new creation. Not exactly the first try, but, you know, we did a blind read through a pretty big chunk of it, so I'm quite happy with that. We're 4 seconds off to creator time. The record will obviously not hold, but hey, I beat Luca. That is what counts. Given that Luca has a speed record on practically every Mang level at this point. Anyway, let's take a look at what's next. Thank you so much, B. Suzuki, once again. Awesome lamp. You are definitely here. You just said GG. I believe this is Super World continuation. For people who are new here, I tend to do Super Worlds in roughly 15 to 20 minute chunks. So if you see me progress through multiple levels in a row, don't be alarmed. That's just how we run things to make sure we can get through traditional worlds that have lots and lots of short levels. And it still turns out to be shorter than some single levels, so if you're behind us in queue, like I said, don't be alarmed. We're going to try to close out World 6, at least. Just going to keep my eye on the time here so we know how we're doing. Okay. Yeah, that's how you know it's a Sky World. That pipe was probably not enterable, but I was curious about it anyway, so we'll take a bit of a dive. In theory, if you wanted to make that green pipe a secret that you would enter by riding Small Buzzy, you'd probably do it, but as you can see, nothing. I'm glad we checked, just as a matter of principle. Despite being in the Super Mario World theme, this is a very NSMB style concept. I think Nintendo themselves just kind of fell in love with Buzzy rides. Once they nailed down all these Buzzy mechanics in the newer games. And certainly a couple of memorable levels in the NSMB series that work the same way. Anyway, I love the aesthetic touches here with rainbows spilling everywhere, because that's what rainbows do. Just pouring out of these pipes. And let's continue. That looks like the exit, but we're always going to do the traditional level bonus checks here and there as before the auto-scroll pushes me over. Anyway, platforms are getting smaller, so just a gentle gradation of difficulty as we try not to apply too much guesswork to whether the spinies are going to fire orthogonally or diagonally. Whoops. Oh, that was quite a miss. Okay. Let's move on. No, all pretty readable. I just landed a little too far to the left in that big Buzzy we saw earlier. And sometimes you do need the Buzzies to maybe lower themselves a little bit to comfortably jump to the next location, particularly if you have the mushroom and you want to keep it. Yeah, because there are some things that I think I'm likelier to hit with that second tile of height with the super mushroom than I would otherwise. We'll just need to not be thrown off too much by that. Yeah, as you can see, maybe a crouch jump would have been better there. Regardless, we're small. And yeah, we need a bit of a run off the small Buzzy to get up there. Not a lot of time to do that, though, before the spiny spines start spining our way. Sticking sharp objects in our eyes or something. Okay. Spin jumps obviously do get you over the spinies as well, but... Oh, surviving that for once. For the most part, though, I think we want the flexibility of standard jumps where we can. And we probably don't need to hug the auto-scroll to the right side quite as aggressively as I'm doing. Staying in the middle and dodging some spines might be a better play sometimes, instead of just coasting my way over. Regardless, I think the spacing actually does work pretty well in this level. Obviously, there is a little bit of randomness, I think, to the initial firing position of the spinies, if I'm not mistaken. It's not going to be 100% consistent, but despite that, the jumps themselves are spacious enough that this is going to be consistently functional. As far as I can tell. Maybe the spinies do follow a regular pattern, given that this is just based on consistent spawns from the auto-scroll, but I'm not exactly sure now that I think about it. Whether their first firing direction is going to be predictable. I think it should be. Especially in an auto-scroll, but I wouldn't take my word for that. Anyway, that's all there is to that section, and we are through. And this is just a gate. Let's tag that for the 1-up. It's a win. And like I said, since we are very early on, we will at least try to finish World 6, and then depending on difficulty, we may have time for one more after that, but we'll see how it looks. Ludwig's Laser Show. Let's expect some blue mechas, and that's exactly what we're going to get. Oh, whoops. Totally diving down there way too soon. And up and up. So, this kind of castle aesthetic always makes me think about how interesting it would be to have those hopping blocks that are actually miniature Goombas disguised as castle parapets in SMP3. Also notice that you can reposition this guy as much as you like until he starts wiggling. Which might make for something interesting from time to time if you want to break open a spot. Let's go for the bonus coin. That's matter of principle. I'm totally going to get zapped for this. You see, yeah, you can totally break open the right side if you wanted. I actually kind of wonder if you break open the right side scroll, if that can do anything. I feel like this is going to get me in a lot of trouble. No, maybe not. Let's not do that. Okay. We are. Nope, I was trying to jump over that and didn't really compensate for the platform going down at that point. That's okay, we'll be back there soon enough. And yeah, that guy couldn't have fired through the hard blocks anyway. I was thinking about the big blue mechas, I think, when it comes to block destruction. Whoops. Sometimes these basic mechanical things just elude me when I'm in the middle of playing. Yeah, they clearly don't bust us open. Or should we expect them to? Whoops, thought I could beat that. We probably should have just fallen into that one slot there to the right, but live and learn. We'll carry something with us just to bounce it around until it wakes up. Maybe being a little bit incautious about all this, but we'll move on. Okay, let's get on with this. I wonder if I can take it down and whether that would do anything for me. Again, the small mechas aren't really going to break anything. Nah, that's not going to do anything for me here, but, you know, you could occasionally throw them into other objects, and that might do something good. Still not really compensating for the movement of the platforms. That's something that is repeatedly an issue, and we'll need to deal with that. And yeah, Swamp Father, that really is, not just because it's in the SMB3 style, very clear kind of SMB3 visual reference just to see sky castles like this. Anyway, let's do this. Let's get down. I probably could have just slipped downward here in the first place instead of waiting. Okay, checkpoint here. We'll check the left side obvious whoop after nearly losing the mushroom. Doesn't look like I can access that. I don't think so. No, it's way out of reach. I had a Tanuki leaf maybe as a progressive power-up, but who knows. But a Tanuki leaf would probably break a bunch of stuff. No, not really. There's not much room to wind up into flight. So. Okay. Gotta mind my head a little bit here. That was maybe not the wisest positioning. I should have ducked and waited that one out instead of rushing it. But whatever works. And yeah, let's just duck this one just to have a bit more of a relaxed timing going into these platforms, and then we will continue over here. Now, in case there's a boss, let's take this. You never know. You can just fire it into something, like more mechas. Okay, I guess we'll stomp and take this one instead. Oh, whoops. That's okay, checkpoint incoming. Oh, nope, that's bad idea. That was very self-inflicted there, just by trying to escort that thing all the way across. Unfortunately, you can't just reset their timing as easily as you can with Goomerat throws or anything like that. Yeah, definitely wait this one out, I think. And oh, was trying to get ahead of that to duck the shot afterwards, but just a little bit late. Oh, whoops. I was confidently expecting to bounce on that guy, and I planned my trajectory with that expectation. You can see what happened instead. was close. That was more than close. Okay. Let's do it this time. That was unwise. I thought I would be safely out of the way for that, but the spacing between the one-way panels and the Mecha Koopa columns does seem to be designed so that you will get shot either way. You can't just outrange them or anything. So, you do need to actually engage with the ducking mechanics here and there to find yourself a patient position of safety. We'll see what we can do. Anyway, managed to sneak down there quickly this time. But everything's trying to shoot you. That's out of range, good. Just a mushroom. So yeah, if we took a mecha down, I could have shot Ludwig. This boss layout seems familiar for some reason. I don't know if it's from a previous Awesome Lamp level that I played, or just something very similar from another maker, but I've played a Koopaling fight very much like that one before. But we managed to survive it. I feel like I did a Koopaling boss rush that might have used similar layout. Still works quite well here, though, as the finale to the Sky World. Okay, thank you for that, Awesome Lamp. Awesome Lamp, since we're kind of right around a 15-minute mark, usually I'd continue to one more, but given the length of the queue today, I think this is a good cutoff since we're at the end of World 6. We will start with World 7 the next time we get your submission, so thank you for that. That's a nice set of levels we got through, even though our pace has clearly slowed quite a bit. Let's take a look at Swampfather, who once again graced us with a raid earlier in the stream. And is still somehow awake after doing some marathon streaming in his own right, I'm sure. Yeah, like I said, we're probably not going to do anything super precise in the 0.5 range, but we'll find something that will... And we're not going to do something super short, like an Uno Mas either, but we'll find something appropriate. If you have a suggestion, that would be great. I think that might not be a bad idea. Cold Desert. Carl's Goomba Cave. Oh, she's 5. Okay. Well, happy belated 5th birthday. Yeah, if you have a particular recommendation, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'll probably pick something like Cold Desert. And some of the tighter precision stuff we'll have to do some other time, perhaps. Made in 1 hour on video. On YouTube. Back in May. Couldn't imagine making something polished in an hour. Some people are very good at doing so, especially if it's more traditional platforming. But I find that every time I made something, I always get bogged down in tuning complicated gimmicks that require extremely precise playtesting because of nuances of camera positioning and enemy despawning and so on. But when it's just platforming, much more relaxed. That's a nice little screen within a screen in that previous screen. Icicles all over the place. Yeah, we'll hit the staircase and we'll try not to double hit it, which is nearly what I did. Okay. I do have a bad habit of double tapping on-off switches sometimes. Anyway, we're going to climb and climb and climb in this vertical section and try not to drop too far, because that's absolutely a risk. And under 100 seconds, okay. Smashmaster, you played Cold Desert as well. Okay, I hope you enjoyed it. This is very reasonable for something you made inside of an hour. We're not finding out what happens when we just drop into the abyss, of course, but given a time limit. Oh, this is a neat little touch too, making use of the background art as your exit point. We normally don't see background art used that way in these huge vertical sections, with good reason, because you only see that become relevant in the top few tiles, but that's a very neat touch here and very noticeable. Okay, so checkpoint tells me that the timer doesn't actually matter, apart from making the music go fast. I guess it matters for getting to this point, so you can't spend too much time falling down in a previous section, but almost like a troll level style anti-soft lock here. We'll try to get it within a single timer, of course, just to demonstrate that we can. And there we go. EHX 1138. Swab Father demonstrating his skills as a father, if not necessarily a swab. Anyway, yeah, your children must be having a blast just being introduced to elements of Mario Maker this way. It was a very reasonable creation. I hope your son has gotten to see a number of people play it, so. You know what? Uno Mas, we can just do it if it's just going to take a few seconds. 20 seconds. Yeah, let's just deal that in. Little bonus is thanks for the raid, because it's not going to take long. I think it's not going to take long. We'll just... Oh, reach the goal as SMB2. Yeah, well, oh no, I've seen this. This is where you hold the chomp and then have it devour everything, right? Oh, whoops. And then you try not to drop the chomp or otherwise kill it. Oh, I keep overshooting this thing. Mowing the lawn, yeah. You know, if your lawnmower kept backing up on you like that, I'd ask for a return, but... Oh, okay, let's... Oh, we're totally going to despawn that thing. It's going to break, I think. Let's see. Yeah, it's out of range. That's okay. Well, oh, clear condition. Yeah. And this would be the flagpole here, probably, right? So... Because we need to pick it up and get rid of it. This is quick. We could do it. We're not going to do it in 18 seconds, probably, but we'll try to make something reasonable happen. Come on. One thing you can do, by the way, to initially control a chomp position is to use a sideways spring to force it to bounce a certain way. You wouldn't necessarily want to do that in an SMB2 mushroom level because the player could pick up the spring, but there are ways that people control the initial chomp RNG if that's a problem, so in levels where that becomes a little more critical. There is a tight time limit on this. We need to not dawdle too much with losing the mushroom, because the time limit will kill me. Nothing else does. I feel like I'm actually quite far from the end. Well, the timer does make it so that you can't just take forever backing off, but there is an element of RNG that would make it a little tricky. There we go. And yeah, it's very tempting to just push as hard and fast as I can. Let's just redo it. Nope, trying to nudge too close in front. Yeah, we won't spend too long on this, since I have played a level of yours already, but I just wanted to try it out. Surely it can't take me that long. We'll just try to find a nice, solid start. Yeah, unfortunately, just trying to work with his bounce here is great. Also, if you use the night theme, you get the long chain. Although part of the challenge here is to just mow the lawn a little bit at a time. Imagine that, mowing the lawn at night makes it go faster. If only such lessons applied to real life. we'll see how far we can get. We're pretty close to the end by the looks of it, but if we hit timeout... Oh, whoops, accidentally dropped it on top. I was clearly supposed to pick it up at the end for the flagpole. That's okay, we'll drop out for the moment. I was just curious. We can go back and complete it some other time, but I do want to get through the queue for now, and let me make sure I've marked you as a win here. Oh, did we not clear Awesome Lamp earlier? Yeah, let me clear that. There's no way you were in here twice. Smashmaster, I believe you've been hanging out here for quite some time now. And you did just say GG, so yeah. Deal you in. Current state of the list. Smashmaster, Not Game Grub, Dorley Remetti, and Green Heroes. I think we can do it all. Like I said, sometimes I am called away on an emergency, but... Ooh, lovely pixel art all over the place. If anyone one-shots this, you're mad crazy. Shell jump fun in the palace. We probably won't do anything too Kaizo at this stage in the stream, but we'll find something appropriate. This might be good. Land of Joe, 1.4%. We can probably do that. We'll just pick something and... Yeah, lovely pixel art. PPP Precise Balloon Maze. I feel like certain P-balloon makers that come by my stream often have paired me for that moment. Anyway, here's a collab level, the Land of Joe. Let's visit the Land of Joe. Grab a cup of Joe. Okay. Looks like this is going to be an up throw. Yeah, I should have understood that I would have a safe landing there. Let's do that. And yes, Not Game Grub, you will be next right after this one. So thank you so much once again for your patience. Muncher's going to crush that on the bottom right with a couple of switch activations. This is a shell jump, but thankfully a pretty easy one. That looks like some kind of Among Us reference that I don't get. I should have waited for a longer spawn on that. That was probably the sensible thing to do. Oops. Missed the third switch. We just need to tap everything in quick succession and that element sorts itself out. Also, I like that the shell jump is something that's relatively safe here. If you miss it, as long as you don't hit yourself with a shell like I just did, you can redo it. It's not like it's over a death pit. So as far as shell jumps go, that's about as gentle as it's going to get. Single shell jump over a safety net. Can't really ask for much more than that. Whoa, there we go. Okay, there we go. As you can see, my hit rate shell jumps is not perfect. We also just bumped the corner on my way down, which was fortunate. Nah, this is a very manageable level, I think, from what I've seen so far. We'll do it just fine. Okay. Stand on the edge, and then up we go. Okay, now we wait. That could have made it. I do need to back up a little bit into the second bounce and have forward momentum carrying me to the donut block. Then we need to avoid spikes at the very end. I see there is a pipe at the very start. We'll hopefully not take a bad exit and respawn there accidentally. Whoops. Come on. Standing a bit close, I think. Yeah. Let's get some more momentum. There we go. I think congratulatory sound effect there was perhaps well deserved. A little bit short. Also have to be careful not to ram into that spike. Yeah, the only thing is that with the cannonball bit there, it is a little bit difficult to see what you're aiming for, and I know the idea there is to assume you need the maximum timing, but my first time there, I definitely don't have the information to see that. It's okay though, we'll make the best of it. Hold right, and get into the checkpoint for part 2. Oh, no, that should be an up throw, actually. I thought I would have enough of a bounce, but I did not. And we need to have a better landing arc after that as well. I feel like I can hit that with my head, and then I should keep the Goomba for a later throw. I feel like it's not going to be an up throw. So we just need to kind of veer left a little bit and then go left to right on top of the mole as we pick up the Goomba and make that jump. I can absolutely hit that. There we go. And then we keep the Goomba. We don't want it to wake up, so it's the throws here and there. I was definitely supposed to throw it towards the coin, and that is going to hit a switch. Switch is not on screen, but that's perhaps what the coin is telling you, so it's something that can't be too easily cheesed. Throwing the Goomba forward towards the spikes is probably better than the up throws in terms of timing. Whoops. Oh yeah, we can do this. Nope. Momentum correction didn't quite go well for me there, but we'll fix it. Once we remember to grab the Goomba, of course. That seems rather important. Okay, there we go. Yeah, let's just do up throws. That's better. We don't need to do it every time. Let's take this. There we go. And we have 3 keys. I hope that's enough to work with. 2 keys here. I wasn't really looking at what was spawning the keys. Oh, no, we were hitting blocks to get the keys, I see. And then now we come back to the start because we have access to something else. Yeah, on-off switch is going to activate a P-switch. P-switch is then going to get me through to a key door. Thank you so much for following, Game Grub, and thank you once again for your patience and waiting to be played. Whoops. That was a bad way to go, just missing the up throw. It's because of that little pixel offset. That's okay. This section is pretty manageable. That was a very unfortunate way to die. Oh. Yeah, that's not going to go because we will not be able to stay alive. We had such a good run up to that point, too. Looked so successful. Now, I didn't really pay attention to where the key door into repeat was going to be placed. Nope. That was a bad throw. Should wait until I'm in a position of safety. But yeah, I did notice the pipe sending me back to the start. and expected that it would be something like that. It'll be a P-switch activation, and then that'll be followed by something else. And what that is, we shall see. Oh, whoops. Thank you for the lurk. Mice run fast. I totally looked over at chat and then missed my throw. One of those moments where I see a huge block of text and then realize, oh, it's my bot. Okay. Never underestimate a streamer's ability to distract himself. Plenty of opportunities to pick up a Goomba, and plenty of opportunities to fall in that gap. I noticed that gap the last time I was here, and I thought, there's no way I'll miss that. Which was just asking for trouble. Okay. Now let's do this once again. Nope, that's a miss. You can probably just bounce 2 Goombas under that throw, in fact. I feel like I should rethink how I'm doing that first up throw. Because positionally, there are definitely improvements to be made there. Whoops. We'll figure it out. Really too bad when you lose to something simple at the end of a spectacular sequence. Yeah, I quite like the difficulty tuning of this level. I feel like this is actually exactly what I was looking for at this stage of the stream. So. Okay, not enough momentum? Oh, no, we got some. Even got an additional Goomba pickup, in fact, and we'll narrowly miss that pit this time. So that actually felt like it was closer to what would have been the intended design, if I understand it properly. Okay, up throw this time, let's not miss it. P-switch, let's not miss that either, or get chomped, which was a definite risk. You do want the state to be on at that point. And I don't think I need to do that repetition with the on-off switches that I did on the first pass. Maybe I do, because we restarted a checkpoint, so everything there would reset anyway, I think. Except for the fact that you're starting in the off state, that would change the layout somewhat, perhaps. Did I miss the block? I think I missed the block. Yeah, because I only have 2 keys at this point. You do have to hit the coin accurately because it is a block above the coin. It is not 2 blocks side by side like I would have expected with things like on-off switch targets. So the coin is to be taken seriously. The reason there's 1 coin there and not 2. Okay. There we go. A little off-center, but we made it. Let's not fall in the pit. And let's proceed. Okay. Whoa! How did I not get to pick up? I misread that for some reason. I don't know how I did that. Very unfortunate death. It's okay. We got it. Okay, did it a little differently this time. Back to the old method. But we made it. Without too much trouble. Okay, let's think about this properly. You Need to get that up throw going. Once I get the Goomba pickup. I don't know how I miscalculated that so badly. Whoa, and then missed the up throw, okay. So we're choking on a pretty easy part here. That's okay, we'll sort it out. This will be done in no time. Nope, totally miscalculated that too. And then bouncing all the way across. The Goomba of our choice. And then let's see if we can finally plug in key number 3. There we go. No. Okay, the key door is just right there. We back through it and then... Yeah, those chomps giving me a fair bit of trouble here. Yeah, I'm using that column that has the extra space to time my Goomba refreshes. Anyway, this is going somewhat reliably, so we should be back in action before too long. How am I missing my pickup? Huh. Something is not going right there. Maybe I'm offsetting my landing poorly. Missing something obvious. Nope, we missed it. So yeah, you loop back around, you then have a P-switch going while you're entering the key door. Perhaps that's the thing that needs to happen here. Which will change something. But the question is, do I want to do the repeated chomp interaction, that additional key that we would have had at the start? I think we do, actually. So let's assume that we need to hit all 3 on-off switches by the chomps, just to do the reactivation. I don't know if that makes sense, because we need to think about this as something that would need to be clearable on a clear check from the start, in terms of key logic. I need to spin jump this area. This is absolutely wrecking me, the chomp trap here. And I think spin jumping is the only thing I can do to mitigate that. So the question is, do I hit the on-off switches once or thrice? And I think we're going to try thrice in case we get the key that was present from the start. It may or may not be there. Lost a Goomba there, but that's okay, we got one back. That's why we have so many safety nets. Should have 2 keys after the second chain chomp. So yeah, so I do need to reactivate. Because once I spend 1 key through the key door, something needs to change for me to get an additional key to plug in. Right, so... I don't know why the pickup is failing there. I think it's something to do with my facing direction as I go in. It's happened repeatedly. On a jump that I felt like should be totally safe. Somehow I am offsetting the Goomba instead of getting to pick up. wonder what's going on. Gotta pay attention to that. And yeah, because if you are clearing this without checkpoint, then the key that you get off the on-off switches here will have already been collected and expended on the first store. So yeah, the reason I've been dying there is because if I'm reversing, I'm a little offset such that I'm dying when I'm jumping through the second Goomba on that stack. So I need to pick up and then reverse to do the up throw. I've been reversing too soon because of that being a reaction to the way I failed previously, as on that last attempt where my up throw is a little too far to the right. That's a minor adjustment, we can make that. We should be able to do it. Yeah, the Goomba is just not cooperating, for whatever reason. That's the risk of having a double Goomba stack. That you can pretty easily chip the lower one on your way down. We're not seeing that problem here earlier in the level, though, so I wonder what it is I'm doing differently that is throwing me off so much. It's a very simple stomp and pickup, right? You hit the first one, you pick it up as you hit the second one. Oh, I know. It's because my pickup is actually killing the lower Goomba. I'm picking up the top Goomba and it's interacting with the bottom Goomba if my landing is off. I don't know how to prevent that then. Hang on. There's no way it should behave like that when I've had absolutely no issues with the other double Goomba stacks up to that point. I was doing it just fine earlier. So I don't know what it is about my positioning that started making that difficult. Because it's the same kind of thing, right? Muncher Goomba Goomba. It's exactly the same kind of snack. And yet... I don't get it. Because the bottom Goomba is not behaving for some reason. Well, we need to get back there and find out, because it did work previously. Didn't even imagine that would be an issue. So we need to figure out what's wrong with this pickup method and fix it. Maybe if I just bounce directly up to the other side and then bounce back. Then we just do that. Yeah, that's a lot better. 2 keys. There we go. Oh, we need to not die to the shell jump. Oh no, we can just plug in the key. Never mind. Do we need to take the shell? No, I don't. Okay. Oh my goodness. We should have taken the shell. Am I actually locked? I think I'm locked. Well, we're not going to wait 200 seconds for the timeout. I think I actually just need to redo the level. This is a little unfortunate. If I'd taken a shell, we actually probably could have shell jumped our way out of trouble. I'll see Smash Master if I can do it quickly. If I get like really stuck with something here, we will just have to bail on this from the lockup. But I don't know if that's something you intend to fix. This is a level from a little while ago, so... And not everybody plays quite the way I do, where I tend to run into traps like that. And yeah, every creator makes mistakes. I just tend to accidentally run into them very often. No, I find locks in a lot of levels, not always intentionally, so don't feel singled out or anything. That was very accidental, though. I wasn't intending to take a dive like that. Got back here pretty quickly, so... Anyway, if we have cleared from the start, in fact, that has the benefit of only requiring one switch activation here, so... Because the key has been expended. And it's okay, Smash Master, we'll try to finish it. I nearly did the one shot from the start that time. I was thinking, okay, that's great, because that means I only need to hit one switch above the chomps, and then that did not go well. So yeah, it's my landing angle towards the Goomba in the stack, and so completing the first jump and backing into it seems to solve the problem. Doing it this way, and this way. Well, we need to complete the throw, obviously, but... Okay. Okay, we just need to be aware of when I lose a Goomba so we can pick up another one. Like I said, I'm glad we have some backup options there in case problems like that occur. The chomps really do get absolutely everywhere. I have to remind myself to do spin jumps there, although I don't know if that'll hit the on-off switches as I would require. I was totally thinking of taking that shell through with me too, in case I needed it on the other side, or in case it was of any optional benefit. That absolutely would have gotten me out of the pit. Maybe. I mean, within a 2-wide column, maybe the shell jump doesn't have enough space to work with. But it's interesting to think about. Let's try not to do that to myself twice. Okay, we made it. P-switch is not actually necessary on this side, so we'll take it through, I guess. There we go. Thank you for that, Smashmaster. Not Game Grub. I do know you're still here. Thank you for sticking around for so long. You've been here in the queue for hours. And you did just speak up a few minutes ago, so let's plug yours in and hopefully make short work of it. We'll see. Monty Mole Bullet Bill speedrun. Can you get through without dying? 3%-ish, about 16 seconds. Let's see how we do. Oh, didn't expect a spring at the beginning. Let's keep in mind this is a speed run. I was trying to jump on top of the early mole, and we probably still can do that. I probably didn't want to get caught up by the blaster. The timer is 300 seconds, but we are at the mercy of the setups themselves. Yeah, because that drags me a little bit. And then I'll be quick here. Okay. There we go. Thank you for that. I guess the top passage above the moles would have been a little safer, but that actually worked reasonably well. I mean, the blaster that kind of pushes you to the left near the front was maybe a bit of a time-sensitive element. We were 3 seconds off the record, so obviously tons of room for improvement. Kind of wondering about the creator time. I was pretty close to how you did yourself, by the looks of it, at least on the clear check. Yeah. I think for levels like this, it's going to be okay for you to also manually lower the time limit. It doesn't need to be tight. It can be like 20 seconds or 30 seconds or something. Because otherwise the player gets into a position where they are just kind of missing the train, so to speak, and just standing around if something drops past them. Because there is kind of technically a time limit to this anyway. But this worked just fine, so thank you for the level. Yeah, sometimes, you know, you don't want the player to get into situations where they just have to stand around and manually restart if it's pretty clear they're definitely dead. But the platforming itself worked great. I thought the spacing was lots of fun. Dorler Ameti, if you are still around. I think they might not be, actually. I don't see Dorley on the list. Dorley has been trying to get me to play a particular puzzle for a few days now, and I think they might have left. If they don't check in, the Green Heroes are going to be our closer tonight. So if Green Heroes is still here and hasn't fallen asleep in my stream, we will play yours instead, and we'll see if Dorley comes back. Otherwise, we actually did manage to make it through, so thank you once again, Swampfather, for coming by with the raid as well as submitting the level. The profile, I should say. We're probably going to wrap up and raid pretty soon if neither Green Heroes or Dorley are here. So we'll just do a quick check for Green Heroes, who is on the list, but I know Green Heroes sometimes crashes out. If it's an easy one, we might do it anyway. I'll also maybe take a look at what the Dorley puzzle is so we know what we're in for. Just take a look here. Oh yeah, this is just a profile. We would not be doing the Spicy Kaizo. Would probably go back to some of the older music levels anyway. Yeah, we'll probably end with one of the music levels, but I'll put in Dorley's code just to see what we were potentially dealing with, and get a sense of what to play, because, yeah, Green Heroes will play yours, but I know there was a puzzle that I was asked to look at. I don't actually know which one it is, so we'll need to discuss that separately. So, yeah, Green Heroes will be closing with one of the older music levels, I think. We won't be doing the Spicy Kaizo today, but eventually maybe we'll have our revenge. I don't remember getting very far with it, though. Anyway, there's the core 3 and 4. We might want to work our way towards that. There's also We might want to save the Grinch for Christmas on principle, so maybe we can just back up and do one of the Homestuck ones and just continue going down the list. Alright, let's turn up the volume and listen to this song by Joran Tensei de Bruin. Jade must hunt down her nuclear doggo. Let's loop around the track a couple times, because that's what a Green Heroes music level often is, unless, of course, it's that spectacular globally loaded climb that we did last week. Yeah, let's have a bit of a bop to end the day. And we'll just rock out in the middle of the jungle. Love how the POWs just kind of squeeze you into position at the end, as we've seen so many times before. These music level exits. There's something vaguely kind of Donkey Kong Country about this track, isn't there? Maybe it's just a forest theme that's kind of making me think of that as well, but it would not have been a bad fit for DKC. And, you know, like a barrel blast level or something. Okay, off switch. Let's loop around some more. And we'll see what else unlocks the end of this part of the track. It's been interesting to go backwards through these levels and kind of see in reverse order the evolution of some of the tech you've been working with when it comes to state manipulation to take you back over a music track. Round and round. Nice way to keep the hammers out of range as well. Oh, now we actually have to play. Okay, Super Ball's not available to me now, but we can probably still hit something. How's up top? Kind of out of reach. I think I needed a Super Ball. Let's take a hit, because I need a Super Ball deflection to hit the POW. Probably from these firing positions here. And... oh, okay, Super Balls do come out of the pipe. Why do we have the state switch earlier preventing me from doing that then? Or did I just not even see the pipe? I probably just didn't even see the pipe. There we go, there's one. Then there's two. Then we need to keep going, because the POWs keep loading in. Nice little boss fight here. Yeah, I get it's a 25% level. I probably just didn't even notice that there was a Super Ball refresh on the left side. Always loved looping music bosses, though. Like, you're stuck in this room with this enemy anyway, you might as well have something to listen to. So yeah, it doesn't matter which POW we hit because the POWs keep on spawning. But now that the munchers are gone, we can hit the Koopalings. And yeah, since the Super Balls do come back, it's just more of an accuracy test. As long as we're not jumping around when I'm trying to whack them. Okay, let's whack one more, just in case there's some benefit to doing so. Messing around like this is usually going to be the end of me, but... we're going to do it anyway, and see if we can pick up a second key, perhaps, or anything else fancy that might happen. There probably isn't one, but it doesn't hurt to check. It doesn't hurt too much to check. Mostly just an expenditure of time while we, once again, continue to listen to the music track. And hit the boo ring in every imaginable way. Yeah, no, actually, they don't seem to be activated by the powers at this point, given that stack position. Maybe they were too far off screen on a camera? I couldn't actually tell. Anyway, the doors are matched symmetrically. 30 coins up top that we can probably grab using the deflection. Yeah, there we go. That would be the sensible way to do it. And sure, let's go right. Either pipe will do. As we collect the GG. Okay, second and final check for Dorley, but I think we are done for the day. I just get through a lot of levels at a decent pace, I would say. Thank you once again for all of the submissions and all of the viewership. Whether you were chatting or lurking or submitting or just hanging back and enjoying the show. Really appreciate everybody who decides to spend some of their time here, so. Especially the makers, Smashmaster, Green Heroes, whoever is still hanging around here and got to see the creations. We will pass you on to somebody else very shortly, and we're going to determine who that's going to be. For the time being, have a great night, must run fast, and everybody else. Thanks for watching. This is a fairly regular time slot for viewer levels week to week, so we'll be back for more, and possibly some other Mario Maker on the side as well. See you folks around. Have a great weekend. Enjoy making and playing and watching Twitch or whatever else it is you do. And fare thee well.